Hello everybody, good morning, and welcome to my attempt at creating the tier video for factions. So I actually started making the tier video. I'm like, wow, I can't do this. It is a video of no actual information because my stance is everything is fine. Nothing needs work and nothing is overpowered. And that can't be accurate. There's no way that's accurate. There's got to be flaws. So I figured instead of doing my Sunday make a list stream, we'll talk about the tiers of the factions, and I'll make notes and I can rethink about it and get some other points of view. How's it going, Catchy? It's a lot of names. How's it going, Live Free, Captain Walmart? Um, so I get some feedback from you guys. Let's hear about your experiences. I do have the Dark Tide Vox channel open up right now, but I do have them muted. So because there's a lot of factions to go through, and there's a lot of work to be done. we gotta move at a decent pace. So I'm gonna be in the voice chat in the Discord. You guys can jump on in there, but we'll have a discussion about a faction. I'll open up the audio chat. You guys weigh in with your voices, and I'll close that back off again. We'll go back and forth as we try to get all of these discussed and get through them all. I don't even know which faction to start with. Sorry, Matt's got me laughing. What else S tier do to Wild Riders? Okay, so here's some very preliminary thoughts on what I'm thinking a tier ranking is going to look like in this edition. And once again, for those of you who don't watch like all my videos, two things you need to know. One, I personally think it's way too early to rank these things, but I'm getting inundated with requests to rank the factions. I think it's too early. I don't think there's enough information out there. I think once we start seeing a lot of events, because right now we can talk about factions in a very casual play, or I can, right? And we can see that everything is very, very, very playable. But there are going to be combos and certain like unit with character with magic item thing that we just see over and over again. That's going to take a faction to just another level. Like for example, 8th edition High Elves, super crazy S tier faction, but you could, if you didn't know how to build them, you could play them like almost terribly bad. So that's what we're here for. We're starting to gather some information. I've played with I think every faction, almost every faction, and played against most of them, but not a lot to really gather really hard and fast opinions. Matt Large, welcome Mountaineers, and once again, in the YouTube chat, at me if it's something I need to know. It's very easy to, while looking at the camera, to miss the chats. So, do you think the scale game's at 3K or even 4K? No, I don't like him. I don't like the game at that large. I think it does play fine. It just takes too bloody long for me. Oh, Flammable Hero. We can do. Oh man, I can make a long video on the best lore and coolest looking models. That video would be almost as subjective as this. All right, so which faction should we start with? Just go in alphabetical order? That's not a terrible idea. How about I go in order that the images got dragged in OBS. Start off with Beastmen. My guts on Beast. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna keep a notepad open up off on the side here, if anybody has important information they need to write down. But here's my thoughts on the Beastmen. They seem very strong. There's one key thing keeping Beastmen and Orcs in my mind of being like just the best of the best. Right now, it seems the game is very, I don't want to say dominated, but right now, if you have a character on a dragon, you're gonna do better than most. Dragons seem to be where it's at this edition. Beastman S, move on. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, if if I had to rank the armies right now, I would put Beastmen. I don't think I'd put anybody in S tier. Nothing. How's it going, Nico? Nothing to me belongs in S tier. But if you think they do, if you're making jokes, that's one thing. But if you think they belong in S tier, make a case, type it out, hit me up, and we'll definitely consider it. But Beastmen would be A tier for me, because again, nothing for me belongs in S tier. Nothing for me belongs in D tier either. I think the game sits squarely at everything's in B tier. I'm hard pressed to decide what belongs in C tier, to be very honest with you guys right now. But that's why we're doing this video. That's why we're doing this gather around and discuss. Oh, Dylan, sorry, I was actually talking about that earlier. I kind of lost track. So, because Luke is on vacation this week, and my game with Ben got canceled last week, uh, there's no Wednesday stream. I'm gonna do something here instead, and then Thursday Ben's gonna sub in for Luca, and I've already made that list. So there's no list to create for the upcoming week. So that's why we're doing this instead. So sorry for mention that. Monster mounts are very undercosted to sell centerpiece models, is my theory. I can say with certainty that is not the case. Does that include Tomb King Dragon? Tomb King Dragon has the potential of being the most powerful of dragons. We actually even have to do a whole separate video about ranking the everybody's dragons. Like character X on dragon, that's an S tier dragon. Character B on dragon, oh, that's only a B tier dragon. But all dragons are top tier. Yes, Slimy Pigeon. I've been saying that a lot. This is not meant to be a dig at Games Workshop, but I know it comes off that way. This feels like the first game they've put out in a long time that feels very play tested. I think once people get comfortable with their rules, games will go faster, like 6th to 7th. I think the Magic mid game of 8th would often slow the game. Yeah, for sure. I agree thoroughly. Okay, so let's focus on Beastmen for a second. Do we have any concerns with Beastmen? So Minotaurs seem absolutely amazing. Beastmen banners are top notch. Like every magic banner they got, you want in your army. That to me is a good sign. They got solid magic items, solid fighty characters, good infantry. They got heavy chariots. They got monsters out the wazoo. The only thing they lack is a character on a dragon. That's it. If they had if you could put a what do they call a beast lord on some sort of beastman dragon, I would actually put that army in S tier in like in my own headcanon here. Like I would say, yeah, that's an S tier army. Unless anybody has any pushback on that, I'm gonna put notes as beastmen. Belong in A tier. It's just a solid army. They can do a little bit of everything. Beastman riding a Jabberscythe. I don't think the Jabberscythe could quite cut it. The dragons are like, there are good mounts for characters, like a Hippogriff is damn good for Bretonians, but the lack of the skirmish rule on the Royal Pegasus. Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to Bretonians. Beast Lord on Dragon Shaggoth. See, that would be awesome. Best playtest edition because Middle Earth team is top notch. Can't argue with that. I have 8 games in. One more tonight, and I'm in love. I love the game, dude. All right, I think we got nothing more to say about Beastmen. The next one is gonna be a pretty contentious one. Let me just move this down. So, High Elves. Now, I know it's hard for me to be objective about them. They've been my main faction for so long. Though, ever since I built up my Orc Goblin army, they seem to be my main faction nowadays. So, this used to be my main faction. So, it's hard for me to be completely objective. They don't seem all that great to me, but they don't seem bad either. The Kaldor stuff gaining Impetuous is a big no-no for me. The fact that they have some damn good dragons, gonna take multiples of them, makes them like just amazing. So that alone makes High Elves just awesome. But I don't want to focus on just like one aspect of the army. Like, hey, you have a character on a dragon, you're S tier. Like you can make that argument. Any army with a character on a dragon, you can play S tier. High Elves are A. So I would not put High Elves in C tier. Won't do it. Can't do it. But I struggle to put them above B tier. Just about every other faction in the game, I can make an equivalent list that I prefer. How's our S tier against anything that is 3 or less initiative? I see. This is one of my great frustrations, Kyle. I have to be mean for a second. If you have that opinion, I don't believe you've played the game. This has been one of my great struggles. So for years, the Warhammer fantasy community is plagued with people with very strong. I know I'm guilty sometimes. Very strong opinions with not a whole lot of experience of actually playing the current edition. So I find a lot in my comments today in all the videos I put up. There are people with opinions about X unit, and they're comparing everything about their stats with a previous edition. The last edition this guy played was 6th edition, and he's comparing everything to that. And it's a big frustration. So like I don't think Sword Masters are worth their points. I actually don't think they're a good unit at all. But people see the fact that they're initiative 7, and that must be end all be all. And that's one of my issues with Hiles right now. Why I'm not comfortable putting them in A tier. I think people are looking at high initiative and think, oh, this is an edition with step up. They must be the best, the best, the best. I don't want to give spoilers for battle reports that are not yet put out because I have battle reports coming out. Actually, there'll be one out tomorrow for members only, handheld. But time and time again, Sword Masters are losing combat to core troops. So you're paying a premium for Sword Masters to have a good weapon, don't get me wrong, and initiative 7 effectively. But whether he had initiative 7 or initiative 4, he still swung before the dwarf. He still swung before the human. He didn't need 7. 4 is all he needed. What initiative 7 actually does for the Sword Masters, it allows them to be so like human cav go up to like initiative 6 to 7, depending on initiative 4 or 3. So Sword Masters might swing before Cav charging them or at the same time. That's all. Like, there are other examples, but I just don't think while initiative is an important stat in this edition, I don't think it's the best stat in the edition by far. Weapon skill is good. They have amazing weapon skill. Leadership is probably the best stat in the edition. They have above average leadership. They don't have nothing. They have a lot of good stats. But the edition is about ongoing grind. So no matter how good you are in combat, you're going to take some damage. And their toughness 3, 5-up save, they're losing models. And eventually, they've lost a 300-point unit fighting a 150-point unit. Maybe they pushed back the 150-point unit over and over again, but by the end of the game, they've given up more victory points than the core unit they fought. You can't compare power cost editions. You need to compare it to 100% Stonehorn. You're 100% on that. And this is something that I'm trying to, and it's hard to like change mindsets of people. So like even I had this big conversation with maybe they wouldn't want me mentioning who they were. So a tournament channel about like 40K used to have this very similar problem in the community, but there's now what we basically have perfect information for the 40K community. You can't go online and claim Eldar or trash tier faction. Just because you own Eldar and you lose every game with them, you can't go online and claim that. There's too much information out there proving that they are literally S tier, right? And our community is smaller, so it's easier for inaccurate voices to make way. And to be fair, I know this very much. My opinions are skewed by my experiences and could be very inaccurate. And that's exactly why I didn't want to do this tier list without getting some feedback. So yeah, I kind of went on a tangent on the Swordmasters. Yeah, Jose, I think Blackguard are twice as good as Swordmasters. But that's a whole separate conversation. Swordmasters still aren't going to chew through 125 point zombie unit in any reasonable time. 100%. Yeah. So I don't think the old world is going to be the Elven edition. I would love to be proven wrong. I think Elves have always had an issue since the beginning of Warhammer Fantasy, where they have a lot like better stats than like humans or technically most things in the game, but they pay a premium for it because they have to pay more points for their stats. But not all the stats are valid. So for editions where initiative was a useless stat, Elves were way more overpriced for no reason, and then they got always strikes first and then swung back the other way, and it's just a whole big hoopla. Elves and undead have always been the problem child for fantasy. So I'm actually looking for pushback. There's a lot of politeness happening today. You can be mean to me. I can handle it. So give me pushback because I have to rethink my thoughts on elves. I don't think the Elven edition. I don't think the elves are bad by any means. I want to put high elves at B tier, but I'm looking for arguments for C or A tier. And shooting this edition is not fantastic, but shooting against elves point for point does net you a lot. Shooting armies are very good against elves. Shooting armies are very good against all forms of elves, and pretty much only against elves. There's no shooting list you can put together that you're going to feel confident about playing against any army except for against an elven army. So they have a distinct weakness from shooting, which other armies don't have, because they have a significant lower model count with below average saves. Like Warriors of Chaos would have a similar model count, even lower, arguably. Depends. But they'll have the toughness and the save to withstand the shooting. Swordmasters need a second attack to be effective against big blocks. Yeah, I agree. But the problem with that, I'll read your whole comment. Swordmasters need a second attack to be effective against big blocks. They just can't put the damage out. Yeah, that's my experience. That's been my experience. They aren't bad as much as niche. Yeah, I agree with that thoroughly. Hold on. I agree with the second part of your statement. I worry though, Swordmasters getting +1 more attack pushes over the top. That actually might be too good. That's actually like I think Swordmasters are a weird spot. They're not trash. They're just not. I'd rather them drop about 2 points per model, maybe just 1. I'd rather see a point decrease for Swordmasters than another attack, because another attack could put them over the top. Hiles are not good at the grindy fights, and that's what this edition is about. That's exactly right, Jordan. That's my experience. That's my opinion. Elves don't like the grindy fight, and that's what this edition is all about. Which is, I think, a great positive. Don't get me wrong. This has been my favorite edition so far. Not play as Swordmaster. My friend plays White Lions. Yeah, White Lions I think are a very similar boat, but I prefer White Lions to Swordmasters. I think a second attack for them would be good, but how many more points? So yeah, Kyle, yeah. So if you give Swordmasters another attack, how many more points they got to cost? They got to go up 3 to 5 points for that attack, at least. So I think they're 14 points right now. They got to be 17 to 19 points if they have 2 attacks. And then you end up with a 17 to 19 point model that is toughness 3 to 5 up save. Also not comfortable with that. Cherry is a good choice against Swordmasters. Yep, anything with strikes first. Ruby Ring of Ruin, great choices against Swordmasters. Any army column played as D tier. How's it going, Stormbolter? I'm thinking B because they have great units. Yeah. You know, I'm going to read the rest of these comments, and maybe I'll put a poll up to see, because I want to see if I convinced anybody they belong in B. No, Todd, I have not done Dark Elves yet. Dark Elves, I can't see where they are on the list. I think Wood Elves are next, actually, and then Dwarves. But we'll get to them. And the Dark Tide Vox is open, Todd. It's closed right now, but I'll jump into that. If anybody wants to voice their opinion verbally about high elves, jump in now. I feel Spears and Seaguard are great core options. Okay, Brian, I got to talk to you about that. I have a video that I think is going out tomorrow. Yes. I don't want to give spoilers, but I brought 2 blocks of Seaguard, and I think Seaguard are absolutely worthless. But let me make my case. Face Steve, you missed 7th edition High Elves and early 8th. No, I missed 7th edition High Elves. I didn't like High Elves in 8th edition, but I played them because they were my faction. I felt like they were always giving my opponent a bad time. Just a heads up, Todd. We can't hear you right now, so I need to talk about Seaguard. Seaguard have war bows, not long bows. The naval discipline rule is almost useless. Oh, apparently we can hear you. No, okay, Todd, I can hear you, but the chat can't hear you. I'm leaving Discord muted until because it'll be very distracting if I chat with you guys the whole time. I'll never get through these armies. So I got to get back to this. Naval discipline. Naval discipline is a rule that allows Seaguard to always stand and shoot. That's a good part of the rule. That's fantastic. But it allows you to also redress the ranks after standing and shooting. So someone can declare a charge against you, you can shoot your bows, and then redress the ranks. I'm like, wow, that sounds amazing. That sounds busted. That's crazy. Then I played it, I'm like, wait a second, it's useless. You never want to do that. So I'm ranking my Seaguard 7x3. I'm like, oh, I'm about to get charged. I fire my 7 bows, and I'll redress the ranks into a smaller frontage. Wait a second, that does nothing but cost me attacks. So you never want to redress the ranks. So maybe you want to redress the ranks forward, but you already are pretty wide because you have bows. What? No, sorry, I can't. Sorry, I'm talking to Todd. You know what? You know what? I better just turn audio on. Okay. So what it did allow me to do, worthless, is that a bit much? I think, Brian, I think it is almost worthless. But let me finish making my case. So there is a little trick that you can do with the redress the ranks naval discipline rule, and I think it's in my opinion probably not the intent. It feels very gamey. My opponent declared a charge on me, and they had like a 6-inch charge, getting to my corner. It's still my front, but my corner. I'm like, oh wow, I can stand and shoot, redress the ranks, pull balls off the sides, put them in the back by adding more ranks, and he's now not even legally able to charge me. He, no matter what he rolls, he can't make a charge, and like that felt like probably not the intent. It felt very gamey, but you could do that. With 21, you can go from 10x1 to 7x3. Yeah, you can, but the game I was playing, I'm shooting my war bows the whole time. I'm using these guys. I'm using this unit of very, very expensive core elves. They're acting like archers the whole game, but inferior archers. So no armor bane, and no like longbow. Like wow, I'm using them as inferior archers to hopefully get charged. I was probably better off just bringing spearmen and walking up the field and putting pressure on my opponent. So I don't think and I was reading the Seaguard. I'm like, wow, I love the Seaguard. And then I played them. I'm like, oh, next time just bring spearmen. That was my experience. Alan. Let's see. Go back to the chat here. Did I miss anything? At me if I missed anything. Naval Dismiss probably similar to Motley Crue. It makes for a fun narrative role. Yeah, Flammable Hero. Yep. You need the Razor Banner on them? Yeah, I don't want to spin the Razor Banner to have my very few 6s have AP2. I don't really like the Razor Banner. I don't hate it.
It's not 40 points good, though.
It's not 40 points good, in my opinion, yeah. If you're that guy, you put 20 in a line in front and then reform to make charges fail. Yeah, see, I don't want... So, I want to play Warhammer and I want to win. And I want to have a good time, but I want my opponent to lose the game, but also have a good time. And like that tactic feels maybe not the intent, and probably gonna just be upsetting to people. I don't know. I could be wrong, and maybe it's the intent.
Yeah, but still, you're right. It's really gamey.
Yeah, it's really gamey, and I don't like that. Can you have Seaguard redress the ranks into a block from a line? Have Dragon Prince behind the line. Yeah, you can do stuff like that, actually. It'll be weird, and again, one of those things that little gamey, I don't want to... Yeah. If they are spears, use them as spears. You also have bows. Yeah, but they're more expensive bows, right? So if you're using them as spears, you want to keep them moving and getting into position to fight the enemy, and then fight the enemy. Whereas once you start moving, you can no longer use the volley fire rule, and you're just basically paying a premium for your spears to chuck out 7 or so warbow attacks. Is that really worth 20 to 60 points to fire off 7 bows a turn? Maybe.
Yeah, but like you pointed out, they're not even the good bows.
They're not even the good bows. Yeah.
So.
Nemo No Name, member for 23 months. I know it's just me, but I wish spears had heavy or plate option to at least have one somewhat durable core unit, also different High Elf from Dark Elves. See, the thing is, High Elves have had heavy armor in the past, and if High Elf Spearmen had heavy armor, I would probably love them. I would probably really love them, which means they probably shouldn't have heavy armor. I'm trying to be objective. I would love that heavy armor, though. Okay, so I'm going to hit up... yeah, Gemmel, I do agree with that. So I'm going to hit up a quick poll and see where people feel. If I've made a case that High Elves only belong... Oh, wait, also I have to discuss some High Elves. They're Reaver Knights. They're fast cav, or one of the few in the game that can't actually purchase reserve move. That is immensely frustrating for me. Why? It's like my second favorite rule in the entire game, and the High Elves can't get it. It's frustrating. Silverhelms I like, archers I like, spearmen I like, characters on dragons I love. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put up a poll. I just don't think initiative is. I think it's expensive, and they should be, but I don't think the Swordmaster initiative is an end all be all. Start a poll. This is gonna be High Elves.
So, am I correct in understanding here, Steve, that Swordmasters strike last with their weapon?
No, they strike at initiative. They're basically
Okay.
strength 5 AP2 at initiative, which is going to be 7 more often than not. But whether you're initiative 7 fighting initiative 3 or you're initiative 4 and fighting initiative 3, it's like whatever.
You're striking first. You're the firstiest to first.
Yeah, like it's good if initiative 3 lances charge you. Your opponent has the speed to not do that though. I think a competent player knows when to not charge head first into the Swordmasters. All right, so
Yep.
I'm on the poll. I have no desire to put S tier or C tier for the High Elves. This is an A or B by opinions. Now I want to point out, people hate elves, and automatically, in my opinion, bump them up as a higher powerful than they actually are. Well, no, sorry, High Elves in particular, and only High Elves. Dark Elves and Wood Elves typically don't get this problem. All right, there you go. There's the poll. I am messing around with a Razor Standard and on Arcane Bodkin Gladeguard. AP2, AP6. Yeah, see, Dabs, I did the math. I don't think Arcane Bodkins are ever mathematically worth the purchase price. Against almost every... The only time Arcane Bodkins edge out for the Gladeguard and the math that I did was against Dwarves. And you're doing two things there. You're tailoring to fight Dwarves, which I don't think is ever the right thing to do. And the other one is you're getting into a gunfight with Dwarves, you're going to lose.
Which you also shouldn't do.
Right. So you're against Dwarves, you're better off taking the true flight, I think. Yeah, but that's, again, my opinion and my experience. T3 dice with no ward will seem extremely vulnerable to anything that ignores armor. Yep. But there's not a lot of things that ignore armor. Not a lot of things that ignore armor, Kyle. You haven't mentioned the magic yet. True. The magic, they have access to high magic. I don't know if I dislike the lore of high. I think it's a fine lore, but I think I don't really like lore of high. I don't think there's anything more to say. Their signature spell, Drain Magic, I think is almost worthless. And
really?
Yeah, I don't like it. And then Tempest is not bad, but nothing to talk about. Sad no tier list maker. Eddie, it's too early. I'm trying to gather information. I'm going to make the tier list video, but I want to get feedback before I, go into it with my hard biases. All right, I'm going to end the poll, and I have no idea who won.
I think the last I saw, B tier was just edging out A.
Yeah, just edging. Okay. So make a quick note.
Honestly, I've been shopping around to try and find a new army for the old world, one that's fully supported. And I looked at them, and yeah, I had that same feeling. Just, they're good. They're not overpowered like they used to be.
Well, when we get to Dark Elves, we'll talk about that. I feel like Dark Elves are just slightly better in every way. And that's probably, like, from a power game standpoint, like, I don't want to be that guy. But just slightly better in every way.
They're on another level.
Dark Elves always beat High Elves because of hatred. Like,
who are you?
Just always been the case. I'm Brian.
How's it going, Brian? Okay, Dabs, can you send me your sheet? My math is... I guess I can. Send me an email. It was Bodkin, Hag, Swiftness, True. So my math came out for Gladeguard. Hagbang Tips always was the best choice. No, sorry. Like, what I mean is, there are certain targets where, what are they called? Arcane Bodkins. There are certain targets where Arcane Bodkins are better. But when you look at every target you're going to fire at, Hagbane was like it wins enough that it's the better all comers. They're obviously a target for every arrow that's better, but when you go all comers, Hagbane tip is what wins every time for the Glade Guard, and then everything else was truthfully the one that ignores it gives you quick shot, ignore cover. So on your Glade Riders, your Warhawks, your Deepwood Scouts, everything that you want moving around, ignore cover, ignore movement penalty, turned out to be the best math. On average, again, if you're firing at something, firing at a knight, you're better off with arcane bodkins, but you're not always firing at its knight, right? No, we haven't. We just started Hebrew. No vampire counts yet. All right, so let's go to the next one, which we got Fate's Daydreamer. So after my games weekend, 4 games, 2 7x1 Vanguard Graveguard with True Flight arrows have been awesome. We're going there right now, buddy. So I was working on my Wood Elves last night. I have decided, even though you're gonna see bad reps come out where I still like on Mini Wargaming and on my channel where I talk about I can't figure out Glade Guard yet, so I'm trying this. I have come to a conclusion that I'm gonna try 7x3s and just bite the bullet on the point cost. But you did 4 games of 7x1 True Flight. True Flight that ignores cover, and then you get quick shot, right? All right, let's go to them next.
I mean, if you get that many shots going at like a monster with Hagbane, like it's gonna do something. Might not be 300 points worth of something, but it's doing something.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
you don't need to be doing that.
So how I first did the math was I was comparing Hagbane to the arrow that gives you 2 shots. Arcane Bodkins Gnome are just arrows that are AP2. So I did the math on like I want to try big blocks of archers in a volley fire formation, firing 2 shots apiece. It turned out mathematically that the poison was better than 2 shots against almost every target.
I had the exact same thought and came to the exact same realization after 1 game. I was
You're
like,
right.
Wait a minute. Just poison's still better. It's always been the best one since they added the special arrows.
Another issue I have, not issue, but with thoughts I have, and I want to hear you about this too, Brian. So if Wood Elves get to a gunfight, a ranged attack fight, point for point, they're going to lose no matter what arrows they bring. And if your opponent's not doing shooting stuff and they're getting into melee, they're a melee focused army, you only got 1 or 2 rounds of shooting and they're on you.
And Wood Elves don't have the staying power for melee.
So
Eternal Guard
have amazing melee units.
Yeah, they do.
That's what you'd overlook. And so the way I've only played 1 game, but my plan is I bring enough shooting that I'm scary, and then I have a lot of melee, so I'm scary in that. And then like whichever one you're trying to beat me in, I'll beat you in the other one. Is pretty much. Like,
so that's my general thought process. Yeah, that's my thought process too for the Wood Elves. Like I want to bring enough shooting that it puts pressure on them, and they maybe get too aggressive and maybe make a bad move. For me, Wood Elves feel like an army that. I'm gonna bring Nico in. Wood Elves feel like an army that under a very skilled player. Can do very, very crazy things with, but it's not a beginner friendly army by any means. Remember, Wild Riders are OP.
Hey, I like Wild Riders, but we don't need to go into that.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, no, they're worth talking about. So, Wild Riders they can vanguard up the field and hit you really hard with a lot of attacks, but after that, you have no control. I think most armies in the game have ways of controlling them. So, Wild Riders are really good at playing against people with not a lot of experience with the game.
Sure.
But that's
true of every unit. Like every unit is better if the other person is.
Yeah, for sure. But I think Wild Riders are in particular an egregious offender in the fact that I can't argue anymore. They do hit hard. They are point for point, their hitting power is off the charts. But you can't control them. So if you can do a turn 1 charge, get in your opponent's lines, muck them up, and get in their heads, yeah, you won the game off of 1 unit. It's very, very possible. But if your opponent's calm, collected, reacts properly, and then moves on, you just threw away one of your big units. But yeah, it's just, we've had this conversation too many times.
I just think, and this is my thing, I think they're easier to control than you're making out to be. Like, I don't think you just completely lose control of them. I think they've got the movement to where like you can start like all the way in deep in your like deployment zone and then just march up to where you want to be and then charge turn 2. And it's like, I mean, you're Wild Riders, you want to charge. Like you're
Okay.
not well, you don't want to wait until like turn 4 normally, right? Like
So from the, I think I'm pretty good at gauging who has and has not played the game, and I'm pretty sure you've played a bunch of games.
I've played 2.
2? Okay, so there we go. I'm already wrong.
I've got another one.
I'm already wrong.
But I've played, yeah.
Okay. That's just me thinking I'm right about everything. So I very, very, very much disagree with your statement that they are not as easy to control as you expect. So without even knowing who's going to go first, every list I have, except for Dwarves, even Dwarves, every list I have is going to have a unit that could turn 1 Vanguard to get directly in front of the Wild Riders, force you to charge and get a position turn 1. Like turn 1, I'm going to make my opponent charge their Wild Riders, whether they go first or not. I'm going to have that control. And I don't think it's fair to say you have a turn or 2 to react. Anything, Great Eagles, Vanguard stuff, Fanatics, enemy Fast Cav, enemy Dire Wolves, all these things that are chaff, they excel at dealing with Wild Riders. So, one second, hold on, one second. Super chest first. Yeah. Charles, from my point of view, the AP2 is better than Poison up against save 4+, and high armor Knight is more issue than the rest of the army doing T4. Double shoot is better, not moving short range, but that's rare. Yeah, against particular targets, I'll say this again, against particular targets, the AP2 is better against certain targets. But it's the fact that how often you see those targets as how often you fire other things. So, you're going to have a harder time. This is not the argument I want to make, but it'll directly address what you're saying. You're going to have a harder time dealing with enemy monsters than knights as Wood Elves. But, again, that's my experience and my opinion. I think a lot of people see the AP2, see the raw stat, and just love it. And you know what? If it's working for you, do your thing. That's right. Go ahead, Brian. What were you saying?
So, just a couple ideas I've had. One, you have a forest you get to put down. You put that in front of them. Now they can't see out, so they don't have to declare a charge, even if something vanguards towards them.
True.
So that's something I've considered doing. Also, like literally just like
hold on. It is a you're wrong. Sorry, unfortunately you're wrong already. It is a 3-inch forest. If you are minimum 5 models, there are angles on both sides of those Wild Riders can see.
It's 6.
It's 3?
It's 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up. If I'm wrong, then that's actually a very viable tactic. Where is my book?
But then you're dedicating your forests to them, like helping them out.
Well, I think that's actually not a bad idea, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If it's 6 inches.
Yeah. That's
I
definitely
cannot
a way to
find
use
my.
it.
Oh, here we go. Forces of Fantasy.
All right. The spell is a 3-inch one. I think that's what you're thinking of.
Oh, that's right. That's what that's 100% what I'm thinking of. Yes, you are right.
Yeah. So,
okay, so yeah, you can use your own woods to buy you time if your opponent has the tools to deal with them to control them turn 1. I like that. That's pretty good.
I would like always deploy Wild Riders like pretty much last.
Yes,
because they're what it matters for, right?
If your opponent is playing, okay, here's the thing: if your opponent is dropping Wild Riders very early in their drops, you don't got to worry about the Wild Riders because your opponent doesn't really know how to play the Wood Elves.
Yeah,
that's gonna be the last thing they drop every time, or should be.
I will say, and like those are all just things I thought of to control them, but like I don't think you're taking fully into account how likely they are to make their longest like charge, because Swift Stride, like cutting 3 inches off of the top of your max charge range is huge, because now like it's a 9-inch charge, right? Like in like 40k or any other 2d6 charge, like you need a 9 to make your maximum charge when you have Swift Stride. So it's a 9-inch charge. Like, I mean, I don't know, we both play 40k. How often do you make 9-inch charges?
Often enough.
It's not unheard of to make it. And when you add in the 2d6 taking the highest on your first die, that brings your average charge range up to 8. Actually, that's the
Yep.
roughly the math. So when you walk out and be like, "Hey, I'm giving you your max charge," fail it. They might just make it.
Yep.
Not. It's below average, but not that much below average.
Okay, let me hit up super chat. I'll come back to you. 15
Yeah.
games in, to your point. They are hard to use. 3 6x1 I can't say wild riders have been a great threat overload. I use RR and Vanguard banners. What are RR? I use the RR and Vanguard banners on 2 of them.
Is that the Rampager one, the reroll charge?
Maybe.
Reroll?
Maybe.
I don't know.
So let me argue for you guys. If you how do I put this? I don't want to talk about Age of Sigmar, but it is a very good correlation here. The reroll, gotcha. Okay, so you guys hear anybody talk about hating to play against the ogre Stonehorn thing like in Sigmar, or turn 1 they all just run across the field and charge you, and if it works they win, and if it doesn't work they lose. It just feels like that. Like if you throw all these wild riders forward and you win, your opponent didn't have a good time, and if it didn't work for you and your opponent knows what they're doing, you're not gonna have a good time. I don't like those things for games. I don't like that kind of playstyle for gaming. That being said, that we're not here to talk about what Steve loves for playstyle for game. We're talking about power level, and it is powerful. It hits hard.
Yeah. I mean, I don't recommend spamming anything ever. If you're making a list and you've taken 5 of the same thing, it's okay, but do something else. I don't know, but that's just me. I'm 1 unit is good, and I think they can be good.
So, I'm gonna have to concede to you guys. You guys. I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying. It does what they do. I guess from my play style, I like slow, cautious play, and that's not what wild riders do. I want to keep them. I want to control everything. I want to keep them off on flanks, and I want them to go in when I want them to. They're never going to be able to do that for me. They're always going to be an aggressive run-in first thing. So for what they are and what they do, they actually are quite good. In my personal opinion, I don't like that style of play, but I cannot argue that they're trash. I hate them, but clearly they're good. Wild Riders confirmed 2 OP for normal games. That's not my fair. Also, only 52 likes, people. Hit that like button for me. I really do appreciate that. It's for sure playstyle. Yeah, it's for sure. I have to concede that I'm arguing my playstyle and not the actual unit, and that's another reason why we're doing this video. Is I gotta get outside of my own box and my own style of thinking. So Wild Riders, they are objectively, I think, pretty good. I just don't like that play style, and that's all. That's where I have to land. Was GW playtesting enough? I think so. I think I think this game is very well playtested. Charles, the super chat. Keep your Wild Riders behind your Eagles and charge together. Yes, you could do that. Well, okay. So on the Discord, I asked everybody, all the members, to send me any questions they would have for Games Workshop that need FAQing, and then one of them that came up was, I haven't gone through all your messages yet, so it was just one guy I was talking to. He's like, can you just keep them in marching column and they can't charge? I'm like, God dang it. I don't think that's the intent. But yeah, keeping them behind Eagles and they can't charge until the Eagles charge.
See,
Can we talk?
I think
Go ahead.
that is how it works. I think that is how it works.
It's how what works.
That they can't charge when they're in marching.
Yeah, but no, I agree. They definitely can't.
Yeah.
But I fully expect an FAQ to be like, oh yeah, frenzied units can't adopt the marching column. Problem solved.
Maybe. Oh, I use my pistoliers and marching column.
No!
To shoot through the line and then reform and then be already behind you. But
I guess you could do that.
Yeah.
I'm sad we did Way Watchers. Me too. Me too. So Way Watchers, you have to bring a 85 point character to bring them. For me, makes Way Watchers no longer in the Wood Elf book. Treemen and Treekin, Wildwood Rangers, and Eternal Guard all seem to be amazing units. I want to put Wood Elves in B tier because of the masses. I don't think they belong in S. I think they can play S tier with the appropriate person. I think they can play C tier with the majority of people that play this game. I think more people play them as C tier than S tier. And if we're really arguing A or B, I think they belong in B. But I'm not so sure on that I'm going to keep S and C out of the equation. So I'm going to put up a poll. Unless, Brian, you got any more things we should consider?
Have you? I mean, I don't know how deep you've gone in on War Dancers, but
Oh, War Dancers are amazing. I love them to death.
I think they're the best unit in the game.
Honestly, they might be.
them.
They might be.
Yeah. So I
But
don't know.
but to everybody watching, they are T3 with 6 up ward save is all their save.
yeah, but like, does that really matter?
One one magic missile, they're dead. One volley of. Here's the thing, elves are very, very susceptible to enemy ranged attacks. If your opponent doesn't do anything like that, your Wood Elves are that much better. Your War Dancers are even better if your opponent has no ranged attacks. They're probably busted if your opponent has no ranged attacks.
War Dancers are skirmish, so they're -1 to be hit.
Yep.
And then if you take the Shadow Dancer, they probably have the spell that gives them another -1 to be hit, which may or may not have been cast, but you know, it's more defense. So I don't consider them that vulnerable to shooting, but magic missiles for sure. But then like Wood Elves have the best dispelling magic item in the game.
Yep.
Probably on your
with caveats. See, the thing about the Wood Elf, their skirmish reminds when to hit. Whatever. You throw a bunch of shots at them. Even if I have just peasant bowmen, I need a 6 to hit, and then I need a 4 to wound, and then you just fall over dead. You lost what, 17 points a model?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they are very susceptible to shooting.
Yeah, but shooting's bad, so people don't bring a lot of it. You know, right?
You're
So
not wrong.
it's
You're
the
not
catch-22.
wrong.
It's the armored ceramite of War.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do Wood Elves. Where are we thinking? Oh, all these cords are getting tangled up on me. 1 second. Okay, so we're gonna I will add S tier because I'm very curious.
Okay, so I wouldn't put them in S tier, but here's what I will say, because we just put High Elves in B tier, which is 100% where I say they belong. I would put Wood Elves above High Elves, like personally. That's just personally. So I would put them A tier, and I think that I don't know what you think about that.
I actually would put them just above High Elves, but in B tier. But that doesn't mean I'm right.
Yeah.
All right, I give everybody an option, and we've made the best case we can for wherever we think they belong. But vote. We're seeing some. Oh yes, we're chatting. Thanks, Daydreamer. I have played 3 games with the Sisters of Twilight build instead. I hope that's right. I am liking the harassing element, and I enjoy their ability to take shots. Balance spells is a plus if they don't have a level 4. I think they're fair to both sides. Oh yes. We didn't talk about them. I don't have any painted currently, but the Sisters of the Thorn is what you're talking about, and I think they're amazing. And that's one of the better units in the entire game. See, Wood Elves have, in my opinion, some of the best units in the entire game. But you really gotta finesse them. They have a lot of weaknesses as well. But some of my favorite units in the entire game. What do you think of the Glade Captain on Warhawk? Minus 2 leadership bomb. That guy's amazing. Wood Elves have a lot of toys, but it's very it's an army with a lot of moving pieces. And if you can, that's why I put F tier as an option. If you take all of their toys and you play perfectly, or even just play very well, you're gonna dominate your opponent. But if you start making mistakes, they drop down to C tier. But they have a lot of really cool combinations. We've only done High Elves and Beastmen. So Beastmen we're thinking are A, and High Elves are at B.
We didn't even talk about all the trees, like Treekin and Treeman.
It's true.
They just you just go down the list. It's like amazing.
Yeah, everything Wood Elf seems really good except for their Glade Guard. In my opinion.
It's the scouts. I mean,
Oh.
you go skirmish and then everyone gets to shoot, and it's like, well,
And they have a dragon.
okay.
They have a dragon. That puts
They
them
have
as
a
a
dragon.
contender for S tier.
Yep.
All right, enough time has passed. Let's see who won this poll. A tier by a large margin over everybody else. All right, well, audience says A. I'm going to put that in my notes. All right, so let's go to who's next. No, we already did Beastmen. Oh, it's Dwarves. We're talking Dwarves. Dwarves early on, I would have said they were A tier, bordering S tier. Now I still think they're A tier. But their playstyle encourages static, stay put, which can be boring to play against. But then again, not as bad as previous editions because everything wants to be in combat. Dwarves are S, move on. Ben, make your case, buddy. I'm very interested to know why. So a Dwarven king, a Dwarven high character, whatever they're called, on shield bearers with 2 runes of fury and a rune of speed is probably one of the best fighters in the game. They don't have a dragon. Their cannons are only D3 damage. I think their cannons are actually kind of useless. But they have stone throwers, pretty good. They have bolt throwers, I think are amazing. They have organ guns, which are, I don't think they're great, but I don't think they're bad. They have flamethrowers, fire throwers. I think they're amazing. Iron breakers, amazing. Hammers, amazing. I don't like warriors with heavy armor and shields anymore. I prefer my warriors with heavy armor and great weapons. As a elf player, I'm biased against Dwarven gunlines. It's awful to play against. Yep, I understand that, Sar. I fully understand it. Elves do not want to play, any elf faction does not want to play against a shooting army. It's just not fun. S tier for the beards. How do they do versus terror? Well, they take the same penalty against terror as everybody else. Organ guns, I wouldn't call them meh, but I mean they're not. I think they're an appropriate spot. They've been busted overpowered in the past, so that's why I think people say meh now. I think they're probably in a good spot. You don't need the dragon if you have multiple ways of killing one. No, I don't know if I agree with that statement. High leadership, overly tough, win every grind because they outlast. Yeah, these are all good things. S tier because you never have to move them after setting them up. Gyrocopters are amazing. You are right, Rain. Gyrocopters are an auto-include if you're playing competitively. Weird question. How do you feel about Dwarves getting some kind of mountain goat heavy cav? See, you brought up a lot. I don't think that'll be a positive thing for the game. That's like their weakness is they have no cav, no monsters. Let's not like plug a hole in their weakness. They have above average toughness, above average armor, way above average leadership. Some of the best magic weapons in the game. Great war machines, every type you could possibly want. No, they don't need to have their gaps filled. Shooting got nerfed though. Yeah, but their shooting units are Pat Gray, Dwarven shooting units are better in close combat than your average other guy's basic troops. So they're still dwarves in combat. Their shooting units can have heavy armor and shields. Their shooting units can have a great weapon. So they get away with skewing points into only shooting because once you get if you want to bring nothing but Quarrelers and Thunderers and wade through all their and war machines and wade through all their shooting and you get to their lines, you still got to deal with toughness 4, great weapons, or 4-up armor. Dwarves look B tier to me. What?
Quarrelers are what, like 1 point more than a dwarf warrior? You're paying like.
They're not that much more, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're kind of the one you take, generally speaking.
I think gyrocopters might be better than war dancers, and I love me war dancers.
No.
No.
Gyrocopters are good, no doubt.
Shooting units got weapon skill 3. Yep, they had to. If they were still weapon skill 4, that's all you would bring. The magic
Did
defense
they,
is
man?
solid. Yeah. Our Rangers are amazing. You're right, Ben. Dwarves are one of the worst factions right now. You're trolling, or you haven't played the game. Rangers and gyro. You don't need Rangers and gyrocopters, but yeah, they do help a lot. Does anybody have anything else we should argue about dwarves? Like, okay, let's talk about their bad things. They're slower than most armies. Oh, Mark Mayer says going. I am now the proud owner of 8 pump wagons. Fear me. I can't wait to play them. I can't wait, Mark. When you coming down next?
Where did you come down on the like argument as far as like drilled and charge? Because I think that would be like kind of like a secret superpower that dwarves have.
So let's.
If you can do it.
I don't know how to answer this question. Let's say hypothetically, I emailed somebody who would have the answer, and the response was, "Ah, damn, we didn't think of that." So I actually have no idea which way it's going to be ruled in the FAQ. So either they're going to go, "Oh, we think it's rules as written, and thus you can do it," or they're going to go, "Yeah, that wasn't our intent. Here's the errata." I have no idea which way it's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I've after reading the book for like an insane amount of time, I came down on that you can, because being in marching column doesn't stop you from declaring a charge, but you can't declare a charge if you can't complete it. So ergo, there must be a way to declare a charge while in marching column and then complete it. Therefore, you can drilled out of marching column.
There was an edition of the game where you could charge while in marching column, and that got changed out, but not all the wordings got fixed in the book. Does that solve that problem for you?
Yeah. Okay. So then that I
so
spent way too long reading the book.
Everything that we're having a discussion about the marching column thing is coming down to as intended, because I think you can only argue rules as written that you can't do it, but there's enough clues that you could in a previous iteration of the rule set. So I'm not taking sides in this argument. It has to be errated. But a lot of people are landing on the same spot with me of we're not going to do it until it gets FAQ'd. And if that's your gut, I think deep down you know you're not supposed to do it. Does that make sense?
I would say that if you can't, then it makes drilled useless. So like I would rather have a rule that does something.
I disagree. Drill does have use. It is not an end all be all that people thought it was when they first thought you could drill then charge.
But nothing just has drilled. Everything has to pay a point per model for it.
No, like, there are units with drilled. There are units with drilled for sure.
I don't know which ones that would be, but like I'm sure there are. But like most of the time drilled shows up, it's an option to buy it, right? So that's why I'm like, I mean, I feel like it has to be worth a point, right? And I feel like being able to triple your movement and then charge in your next turn, right, an entire turn later, it would be worth it. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a lot of dominoes effects with the drilled and redressing the ranks, and maybe at one point not every model in the fighting rank fought, right? There's well-written book, but when you write a book, you have confirmation bias of how things work as you go on to the erratas of it, your own book. So you think you wrote a rule to operate a certain way, you change the way you write it to do something different with playtesting, and you understand that's not how it works, but you didn't change all the wordings everywhere else because you, in your mind, like, oh, we fixed the wording over here, it fixed the way we now want it to work, forgetting that there are other spots that cause confusion is, I think, exactly what's happening here. And yeah, there's unfortunately no definitive answer right now. But I'm on the side, whichever way it gets ruled, I'm okay with. Treemen can cast with their armor. Don't worry about that. It'll be addressed. It's clearly a mistake, right? Clearly an oversight. If anybody's gonna make you not cast with your Treeman Ancient because he has armor, they're being that guy. It's clearly not the intent. But I don't like arguing intent either. So I get the argument, but don't worry about the Treemen. We'll get to all those lights, Nemo. Do we have anything more to hit with the dwarves? I think, is there anything? This edition is about grinding fighting, and dwarves do it better than most, but they have a smaller model count than most. This is not a shooting edition, and they can skew heavy into shooting, but they do better than most. I don't know if I can make any other arguments for the dwarves, so I'm going to put up a poll, and then I'll say where I think they are. Let's put.
Oddly enough, they're probably susceptible to magic, even though they have magic resist, just because their dispellers can't be on a flying horse and get around to be in position to stop.
They can buy a flying carpet.
That's true. That's true. That is a fair point. Dwarf Rune Lord on a flying carpet. Now that
Why
awesome.
not?
Yeah.
Ooh, we have a lot of S tier right away. Oh man, I wouldn't have put them in S tier. I put them in high A tier. I don't think anything belongs in S tier. I strongly don't believe anything belongs in S tier.
I'd agree.
Clearly beer tier. Ooh, I think A is winning. I can't see the entire poll. We'll let people. I don't know. I think we talked them to death. We'll give it a couple more minutes and then we'll end this. They can't buy flying carpets, generic item. They can't buy generic items?
Oh yeah, they can only buy runes. That's right.
Okay. Well, I think the Anvil of Doom is good enough to put dead center in your deployment zone as far up as you can and give you all the magic defense you need.
For sure.
And then the rune commandos they get should be good enough. Now, your dwarf army is going to be very tight. That one runesmith can cover the defense of the entire army, but magic resistance 1 across the board. I mean,
huge,
yeah.
I'm just saying, it might be a thing where, you get a dark elf sorceress on a Pegasus, way off in on one end of the field, just casting a bunch of spells, and doing work.
It might be.
A tier wins, and that's what I like to see. All right, who should we go to next? You know what? You guys are doing some work for me. Todd, Nico, Zero, you or Brian, you guys can choose. We can do Skaven, Bretonnia, Empire. Those are the next 3 on my list here. Which one do you want to hit there?
Say Bretonnia.
That's the first one right here. So we're doing it.
Bretonnia.
Yeah. Cover up my camera. Bretonnia! Okay. Amazing Knights. Award save across the board. Cheap-ass infantry. Actually really damn good heavy infantry. Flying cavalry. No dragon. That goes on this hand. But a very fighty lord with the Virtue Knightly Temper on a Pegasus, which is skirmish, because 360 land degree sight. That might offset the dragon. That's so good. Hiding your wizards in combat knight units where they can't be attacked but can still cast fully. They have skirmish infantry. They have good fast cav with reserve move. They literally have everything except for black powder weapons.
The best stone thrower in the game for some reason.
Yep. One of the best piece of artillery. Even their archers, their dirt cheap peasant archers behind defensive stakes, is a unit that I would be hesitant to charge with a lot of units, with a lot of things. Klaus, there's no tier list yet. I'm talking to the audience, gathering up information before I start ranking everything. I'm gonna do that separately. So this we're not gonna rank the tiers today. We're gathering information for me to make the video to rank the armies. Green Knight seems solid. Green Knight is all they need. Fair. Bretonnia is A. One downside of Bretonnia, those metal mauls are ungodly expensive. Fair point, cap on. They're ruled by wood elves. A wood elf, so +1. The lady is a dragon. Fair, Sasha. Good point. We'll mark that down. Seems like low B tier. All right, Mads, give me an argument for low B tier. I'm very, very interested in the argument for low B tier. Point for point, they're actually relatively cheap for what you get. They tend to have a bigger army than most. We can get the black powder from Army of Renown. Yeah, Kyle, you know what? I actually don't like that. I don't like the Bretonnian Exiles. I don't like not having that ward save. I love that ward save too much. Can you do a full peasant army in the future? Well, rules as written, you're not allowed to, Mark, but I can get near that. You must bring a unit of knights, either on foot or on horse. You must bring one. If one was S tier, I'd say Bretonnia. I don't know if I put Bretonnia as my. If I actually put one army S tier, Beastmen was a contender for it, but there's another army that I might put there. We'll get to that one. I think it's
So
A.
if they're not S tier, what would be something that holds them back? Because
No dragon,
no dragon, is that like that's it?
maybe.
That's a fair
No
point.
dragon and no monsters infantry and no real monsters to speak of.
Yeah, but
And you don't
Granites.
need them. You don't need them. But if they had them, it'd be hard pressed to keep them at S tier.
That's true.
I don't. So they are okay. So you know how I said elves are the army susceptible to shooting? All elves of all, of all flavor are susceptible to shooting. If one other army is susceptible to shooting, it's Bretonnia. So while their knights are not expensive, they are toughness 3, 3 up armor save. Shooting armies can tear down the knights. So that is a potential real weakness. Now, there's not a whole lot of shooting that we're seeing, so it's not that big of a weakness. Magic spam could hurt them. So I in my opinion, these things keep them out of S tier. But in a good way. Like, I don't think, not only do I think nothing belongs in S tier, I actually don't think anything should ever be in S tier. If an army's in S tier, it needs to be addressed. And claiming their S tier means Bretonnia needs to be nerfed. That's my interpretation of it. Can you get a Fighting Lord and a level 4 Wizard, which not many armies can do? No, I think every army can. Literally, sudden every army can do that. What are you talking about?
Hey,
What
I'll
army
play
can't do
Empire.
that?
Empire.
Empire can't do that?
No. Like a Duke. They don't have any equivalent to the Duke. That's what he was saying.
No, but you can put them on a Imperial Griffin.
Sure. But like that, you just have a general who's like weapon skill 5 on a Griffin.
Yeah, cannot the I'm gonna look it up real quick.
The Grandmaster can only go on horses and demigriffs.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go. Didn't
Even
know that.
then, he's only equivalent to the Baron. Like the Duke is like a step up from him.
Not at 15. Okay, yeah, fair. So now I'm considering everything at 2,000 points right now. It seems to be the standard, but 1,500 points may end up being the standard in the future. We'll see if that happens. Can we see a whole foot Bretonnia list soon? Alan Cotton, the second that the Bretonnian foot knights are available to be shown on camera, I will do that. Their lances get broken, then they hit like wet noodle. I don't know if they hit like wet noodles, but they still have more attacks. A Bretonnian lance after the charge still does more attacks than the typical enemy unit, because like they get more frontage with their lance formation, and they get all their horse attacks, which other armies can't have supporting attacks with their mounts. And yeah, no, Bretonnians still put out a lot of dice even on the second round of combat in comparison to other units.
They have to watch out for Shield Wall. Shield Wall can actually just really mess them up.
Yep, that's true.
That'd probably be Shield Wall would be for me more than anything that keeps them at S tier, because there's just this like, okay, dwarves are in your way now and they all have Shield Wall. Good luck.
So I'll put up the poll again because I don't think there's any more conversation about it. But so basically, if you're S tier, you need to be nerfed. If you're C tier, you probably need to be buffed. All right. Bretonnia, we got. I'll give people the option because I know people are playing against Bretonnia a lot right now. I think a lot of you guys are playing against Bretonnia and Tomb Kings quite often. Duke is just an uncool Chaos Lord. Yeah, fair. The rest message about tournaments being at 15 points and 15 points, not many armies can do it. Yeah, sorry, I got that. I got that a little bit later on. Mountain Miniatures Dwarves, no level 4. Yeah, well, you're right. They have no level 4, but they have other ways of augmenting their magic defense. And their level 3 is an equivalent to level 4 when every spell cast on you is that -1, right? 1,500 points will never be the standard. Armies are too small. I don't know if that's true. I shouldn't have an opinion on this because I don't go to events. I'm too busy. If you can't get 3 games done in a day, events will have to drop down to 1,500 points. I did my first 1,500 point bat rep on Friday night, and it felt good. It felt good.
Yeah, I don't know about Old World, but I went to a Heresy event where they tried to do 3,000, and it was like, okay, cool, end of turn 2, and on to the next game. You know, right?
Yeah.
It was just like,
Yeah.
this is, what are we doing here, people?
And like Heresy tends to run everything they do is every Heresy event is a narrative event. There are no Heresy tournaments. This game will be a tournament game. It will be tournaments, and you can't just stop on turn 2 and calculate who won. Like it's not going to be. It won't be a fair, accurate tournament, right?
Yeah.
All right, we are gonna end this poll, and looks like A wins by a bit. No, A wins by a big margin. Okay. So far, I'm agreeing for the most part what you guys are saying. I would have put Whittles at B tier, maybe put them at A, but I'm okay with this. Bretonnia. It'll be a solid A. What should we do next? You know what? We did Bretonnia, so let's do Tomb Kings. The other starter army. Can we get a definition of S tier? Yeah, S tier is just it's superior than everybody else. If you're S tier, you probably should be nerfed down into the same bracket as everybody else in A and B. So S tier armies need to be toned down. C tier armies, which I know you think is the average, but when the majority of the game is sitting at A and B, which is what's going to end up happening here, C tier armies need to be probably buffed up a little bit, and D tier armies are unplayable in the meta. Nothing's going to be D. I'm interested in if anybody thinks anything is C tier, but I don't think we have any arguments for S tier at all currently in the game. Well, there's an argument for one, and I'll argue for it, but from what I see online, the community wants 2K. Well, it doesn't matter what the community wants, Stonehorn. It's what the tournament organizers end up implementing. How about 1750? Yeah, actually, Battlehard games, that actually could happen as well. In fact, I probably see 1750 happening more than 1500, but pure speculation on my part. Brets are B, they're limited, same as Dwarves. I don't think Brets are limited at all. Well, I'm willing to listen to an argument. We'll go back for you, but like, what are they limited in? Like, they're literally not limited in anything. What do we think is like?
The tournament's down to 1500, and they're probably going to end up having to change like the hero choice brackets because those are all based on like 1000 and 2000.
What example are you thinking of?
No, all the hero brackets are and a lot of the special selection brackets like Fire and Flee and Scouts and stuff like that. They're all based on 1000 brackets.
So that was already considered in. That was already all considered in the writing before everything that you guys have seen. That was already considered in the bracketing before it got released. For example, I hear tell that at one point, the Slan Mage Priest was 1 per 2,000. Thus, wouldn't be event viable. So they made him, yeah. All that stuff, as far as I'm concerned, has been already very heavily considered and weighed. All right, so Tomb Kings. Archer, Cav, and Neck are good. I love the idea of horse archers and chariots, but it may not be that strong. How far along is the ranking? Orc Boss, we have done Beastmen at A tier. Well, you guys think Beastmen are A tier, Hiles are B tier, Wood Elves are A tier, Dwarves are A tier, and Bretonnia is A tier. I haven't made my rankings video yet. I'm going to do that, but I want to take in consideration from the audience here. Spoons, we're doing nerd things. Bretonians have silly accents, probably. Yeah, no, we didn't actually factor that in, Kyle. In fact, I'm going to put notes in here, but Bretonians going down to B tier for silly French accent.
I mean, fair point.
So Tomb Kings are B tier. Okay, they're undead. Oh wait, code of 0. Tomb Kings are high A because 1, they fight in a grind game super well, and 2, core units are amazing. Maybe if I were to put any army in C tier, it would be Tomb Kings.
I'm right there with you. I don't particularly see that they've got much going for them.
Well, you know what they have that keeps them in the C tier? A Tomb King on a dragon where you have to reroll the wound against them. and he has a ward, and he has a regen.
Oh yeah.
Because of
But
that, go ahead.
That's just one unit, though.
I know, but when you rank the power of an army, you're gonna see a king on a dragon in every competitive list.
Yeah,
it has to be
for
factored.
Sure. There's no doubt about it.
But I will definitely put C in the I will definitely put C in the poll. But if we argue, okay, so we take out the king. Why are we putting him in C? I'm not exactly sure because I can't see anything that needs to be addressed with the Tomb Kings. It's a feeling that they just seem to be less. Scorpions are amazing. You're right, Ice Wolf. Scorpions are amazing.
I would buff their chariots.
Yes.
I always want their chariots to be good, and they never are for some reason. I don't get it. Other chariots are allowed to be good. Why aren't these ones allowed?
Simply give their chariots AP 1.
Yeah.
That's
100%.
it. That's it. I would give. What would I want to buff on Tomb Kings? I think I like a lot of what they have. I love their Bone Giants. I love their Carrion. I even like their Swarms. I like their whole list. But I'm more sad about the Chariots just being a little less, and that's why I feel like they belong in C, but they don't belong in C because that Tomb King on Dragon might be the most powerful one in the game. Thus, could argue pull him all the way up to S tier, but he's not going to pull him up that high, so pulls him up to A tier. But if you don't bring him, is the whole army just... You can't just rate the whole army on one unit. Ooh, Shapti with bow. Yes, another one. I love them. I love the Casket. So you're right. They have a lot of things that are awesome.
Acropolis Knights are really good.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, they are. And it's weird because I love... I own a lot of Tomb Kings ready to get painted up. For the first time in ever, I'm like super excited for Tomb Kings. It's not my thing, but now I am, and I just want the Chariots to be a little bit better. That's the only argument I can make.
I could see like keeping them where they are, but like slashing their points and then giving them like what are the spears, like the throwing spears? Just like in addition to their other spears, giving them all that, and then you run them in ranks, and then the guys behind can like eat spears when they charge, something like that. I don't know. And then giving like a bonus to the impact hits of the chariot in front of you, right? Like if there's a chariot behind you when it does impact hits, that you get like AP 1 or even 2, right?
So there's definitely something in the playtesting stage where chariots got tweaked. Hold on, I'm gonna answer this real quick. I think the Tomb King Dragon is the best because there's Armor of the Ages that force you to reroll wounds. So they're toughness 6. You have to reroll to wound against them. Then they have a 5-up regen and a 5-up ward save. It is the most durable dragon in the game. It does crumble, but it's indomitable too, so it effectively doesn't crumble. In fact, even though I think chariots need to be buffed, I think vampire counts or Tomb Kings on a dragon should lose their indomitable. If anybody disagrees with that, weigh in below. I don't think they should have indomitable on those models right there. It means they're effectively unbreakable. Coda Zero, Tomb Kings, you need to learn how to play them. Even without the dragon, I've won games easily. No, for sure. That's true of every army, but not every army is going to be on the exact same tier. I don't think Tomb Kings are bad. I think every army, I'll say this again, most play-tested and balanced edition I've ever seen, every army seems to be squished quite close together in A and B tier. I think Tomb Kings are in B tier. I think their dragon is S tier dragon, and I think their chariots are a little lacking. So if you look at chariots, Brian, they have Horde. Did you notice that?
I did not.
Why?
Yeah, that's a good because they show them and like the art and stuff in like big formations, but like you'd never do that because there aren't I don't know.
Tomb Kings feel like one of the best armies. Okay, yeah, interesting. My main issue with them is that they're not that durable and most hits like wet noodles. Yeah, I mean, they're not less durable than the average army in the game, and they don't hit weaker than the average unit in the game. And they're 4 points a model. They're undead.
Their entire army is unbreakable. It's hard to argue out of B tier for them just on that alone. It's
I know. No,
right? It's like,
You know what, Brian?
I'm right there with you.
I don't even need to be here. You can just do this for me. We have the exact same position on everything.
Okay, wait till we get to Empire.
Fair. I hate pistolers. All right, so let's put this poll up. Start a poll. I will give all 4 options to these guys. I probably should for the high elves as well, my bad. So, Tomb Kings. Where do you guys think they sit? Goblins rule. Oh, we're getting there. Don't worry. How's it going, Brian? Quick. At the end of the day, everybody knows Orcs rule. He probably not. Tomb King suffer from bad initiative. I don't believe that's true at all. I could not disagree more. In fact, Source Warriors have initiative 1, and I don't think that's a negative for them in any way, shape, or form. And I also do believe initiative is a good stat. Isn't that a walking contradiction right there for you? Yeah, Pat Gray, it seems this whole game sits at A and B tier. S tier needs to be toned down. C tier needs to be buffed up to everybody else because so many. Typically, you want to see everything at B and C tier, but everything in this game seems to be sitting at A and B, which means you can argue that everything in A is actually B and everything in B is actually C. But C needs minor buffs. S needs to be toned down, and then A and B. Once you know that, it seems pretty basic. Tomb King magic is solid. Tomb King magic is great, in my opinion.
Do they the Lich Priest? They don't have like they can go on the dragon or like the big one can, but like they don't have a different flying mount, right? Like there's an like they
No.
don't have.
But they can take just a regular skeleton horse.
Yeah, and that's pretty fast. That
Yeah.
gets the job done.
Drew Soul, so far we have nothing sitting in S tier. All right, let's end this poll. This is one of our biggest skewed number, and I actually like it. Like so far, it seems the audience is very much in agreement with us as well. Or maybe we're just really good at arguing.
The debate club over here.
All right, what are we gonna do next? I want to take a break from talking. I want to do these guys next. Skaven. I don't know how I feel about them. In fact, I'm gonna pull up their document. I've played against them once and haven't had a chance to play them myself, so I don't have any strong opinions on Skaven right now. They don't look bad and they don't look busted, is where I'm currently sitting with the Skaven. You have any other insights on that, Brian?
I can't say I know much more than you.
Yeah.
But I think they have like a few units. Just reading their list, they have a few units that could really hold them up as like get them in the good, but like
they have.
You could also really mess up your list building and end up with like a really bad list very easily.
I'll talk
kind of similar to the High Elves.
Fair. They have no heavy cav. They have no cav. They have no heavy infantry. They have actually no, they do have heavy infantry, and they're not bad.
Vermin are medium infantry at best.
No. I mean, what do you call these? Rat ogres. They're toughness 4 with 3 wounds apiece.
Oh, dude, rat ogres are so bad, man.
Do you think they're bad?
They have frenzy. You hate frenzy.
I don't mind. I've said before, I don't mind frenzy and impetuous on infantry.
Okay.
On infantry, it's the cav where you really lose control. Because pretty much, in my opinion, once infantry are in charge range, you want to charge them. That's why I don't mind it as much. I think they're rattling guns. They're rattling.
I would go the other way around, because when you have Swift Stride, you've got a very good chance of making your max charge. When you're infantry, you don't.
Brian, we were on sync, bud. We were on sync. We were so close.
I know. I mean, like I agree with you on the Skaven as a whole, just rat ogres in particular. I don't play Skaven, but like a good buddy of mine does, so I've played against Skaven like a million times, which I know you have too. But the difference was
not in this
friend
edition.
Brings rat ogres all the time, and they're just not in this edition. That's a fair point. Yeah. But just they didn't change rat ogres enough. They got them weapon skill 4, which is huge because they were weapon skill 3 for the longest time, and it was just trash. But I don't know.
They have dirt cheap giant rats, which I think take the place of the missing slaves.
The amount of work it takes to get them to a leadership where they don't like run away.
Hey, you gotta keep your general nearby.
Yeah, that's fair.
If your general has warband, their leadership goes up, and it'll confer off to them. Sensor bearers aren't bad. Screaming Bell I like. The Plague Furnace I like. The Doom Wheel I love. The Warplating Cannon I love in this edition. I actually prefer the 1 damage Lightning Cannon in this edition because the way this edition plays over how it used to be. Helping Abomination I love. I actually, without physically playing these things, they're magic items I love. I love a lot about this army, and like a few things seem almost busted, and I can't figure out why Skaven players are complaining.
Skaven players are complaining? I didn't hear that, but yeah.
Well, to be fair, there's a contingent in every army that's complaining about their army got nerfed into the ground. Even like Beastmen players complaining their army's nerfed from the ground, or Orc players complaining their army got nerfed from the ground. Like, play the game.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
But if one army got voted into C or D tier, if the community put Skaven there, I won't agree with it, but it wouldn't shock me. It seems to be there's a lot of grumbling about the Skaven, and I don't get it. Skaven are swinging. The right rules go to them. Isn't that like every miniatures game though?
The Rattling Gun seems good now. That's nice.
Rattling Gun's too good.
Too good?
Too good.
It's really good.
It's 65 points.
Yeah.
No, Joe, I wouldn't expect any point changes for anything.
Yeah, they lost their fun misfires, which is unfortunate. That was always fun, but also like hard to argue it's not a buff for them if we're talking about like power level.
Still, you like the Giselles, eh? I think they're a little too expensive, but I can see an argument for them. It's not nerf every army is toned downwards. The inner is full of morons. Yeah, people are quick. Our community, the Warhammer Fantasy community, is full of people who are quick to make decisions after reading stats and then comparing those stats from the last edition they played. So
they're looking at points and they're building lists over and over again, and they're like, "Why can't I bring out all the stuff I'm used to?"
Now, you can
your scale of this toned down quite a bit. Right?
Yeah, you're definitely right. So
universal effect.
I think you and I talked about this in person quite a bit, but you guys all remember I made 16 videos of first impressions of all the factions. I have to redo all those videos because I didn't realize, of course I knew, but you never really know. Like, a lot of my opinions are different after playing the game a bunch of times because the tiny nuances of the core rule set drastically change how all these units work and operate and what's good, what's bad. So, like, my first impressions were just that, my first impressions. Like there are, every review I did, it would be completely different now. Completely different. "100% comparing to past editions fruitless." I agree thoroughly, Chris. Do Skaven do well versus heavy armor? Well, the thing is, Max, heavy armor doesn't really exist in the game. There are very few units with a 2-up armor save in the game. And those that do have 2-up armor can be a little more oppressive this edition, but like Bretonnia Knights, 3-up armor. Most Knights, heavy armored units are 3-up. And that's a good thing for the game. So Skaven do fine against all those. Alan, feel free to jump in the... Oh, you're here. Sorry, I didn't see you. Hit me, Alan.
Okay, so the only thing that really bothers me about the Skaven right now is nothing with stats, nothing with anything. They fundamentally changed the lore behind Warpstone.
Fair.
Warpstone is literally hardened, condensed Chaos Realm magic. Is it not, right?
It's a meteor from the skies, my dude. It could be anything, but it is that. It is exactly what you said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but like literally in the lore, it's hardened, condensed magic that fell from the sky. And everything that's Skaven that uses it now is not considered magic. That's what bothers me. When it's literally
Okay.
hardened, condensed magic. That's literally the only thing that bothers me about this game. Other than that,
Interesting.
I love it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
and
a lore
also,
thing.
one more thing about Tomb Kings that I missed is what happened to War Sphinxes?
They're still there.
They are? I haven't
yeah.
seen a single one. Oh, okay.
I've got one. I will add one to my collection once I get it done.
Oh,
It's science.
It's
They're
okay.
probably pretty good. I mean,
Okay,
for the same reasons the dragon is good.
That is,
You put a king on it.
and make it to where people have to re-roll their successes against them.
Yeah.
So
That's
like,
all I wanted to make sure.
I love the idea of cheap Skaven units engaging like a very expensive unit of say Blackguard, and then your lightning cannon just blasts right through your own Skaven.
Yeah, no, that's
I think that is a tactic that nobody else can do in this edition. And while I don't want to influence people's opinions, but when I look at Skaven, I go, oh wow, I think I can make a very frustrating list to play against that feels very Skaven-y. So I think Skaven definitely are not S tier and definitely are not C tier. And because I don't want to put them in A or B, I'll put them in the lower of the two to be cautious, so like B tier.
yeah.
But let's let the audience, because unless I missed it, I'm going to 1 second. Giselle's use magic attacks. Bone Dragon and War Sphinx come. Oh,
That's the only unit that has warp in the name that has magic attacks in it. Is Giselle's. Besides casting warp lightning.
Their hand weapons are magical, right?
That's only on the ones that get the warp blades. That's it. If I remember correctly.
All right, let's see what we're thinking on Skaven. This one is I just don't have enough experience to have a strong opinion.
We need Colin for this.
Colin has not played a game of the old world as far as I know.
I know. Oh, I understand that. I'm just saying Colin was the master of this game.
Funny how people are missing the self-harm with the rats. No, they can still do it. Remember, you can put your warp lightning.
They do.
Yeah, your warp lightning cannon can burn right through them.
Oh,
your own guys.
The warp lightning cannon. The only thing that is the Doom Wheel isn't as good at doing friendly fire as it used to be anymore.
I've seen a Doom Wheel hurt as many of his own stuff as anything else these days.
Yeah, but don't you have more control over it now?
Still scatters.
Yeah, but it's not like whatever's closest like it used to be.
I will argue that the Doom Wheel hits Skaven more in the old world than it has in 8th and 7th.
Are Globadiers is random?
Say that again?
Are Globadiers is random?
No, they're short range and they're gonna get killed by enemy shooting. But I do kind of like them. Skaven do not exist.
Well, actually, technically, right now, Skaven don't exist in the lore right now. Because
no.
The Empire Man has no idea about them except for I think like the highest of people.
They do exist in the lore, but
yeah,
they're probably never to come back to Warhammer Fantasy, unless Age of Sigmar crumbles and gets canceled. The Sigmar part of Games Workshop has their grasp thoroughly around the throat of the Skaven and will not let them go.
Yeah. They really want to use them as the main bad guy for Age of Sigmar.
Did they come out with new models for the Skaven in Sigmar?
Not yet. Well, a character. But expect a bunch of new Skaven models in the 4th edition drop that happens this summer. Sean Slaughter, over 16 months. Sorry, not about rankings, but a question about the lance formation. Anyone explain if characters in the lance get targeted by enemy if they're not in the front? No, they cannot. They are not in base contact, so characters in the 2nd rank of a lance cannot be targeted.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the lance was written where like everyone counts as a base contact.
Okay, I'm very curious as to what your interpretation of this again. Let me read you my interpretation, and you're gonna go either or you're gonna go, hey Steve, you're being an idiot. The lance formation says the models on the flank of the lance count as being in base contact with the enemy fighting rank. It does not say that the enemy fighting rank counts as being in contact with them. So,
I mean, if you think about it though, if you're in contact with the enemy is in contact with you.
No. It says they count as being. So my argument is, if you're fighting against Chaos Chosen, you have 2 attacks apiece, and your Bretonnians charge in the lance formation, the models in the you're gonna get your Grail Knights have 2 attacks apiece. The enemy chosen have 2 attacks apiece. Your Grail Knights are getting all of their 2 attacks, counting as being in base contact. But the chosen do not get their 2 attacks. They only get 1 because they're not in base contact. It says the lance counts as being base contact, not the enemy.
It is physically impossible to not both have both of them. Be
Hold on. You're right, because they're not in base contact. The guys on the edge of the lance count as being in base contact because they are actually not in base contact. You understand?
So here's the wording from the lance formation rule.
Yep.
Whilst engaged in combat, every model on the outside of a lance is considered to be within its fighting rank and in base contact with the enemy unit's fighting rank.
Correct.
That means they're all in base contact. Everything is in base contact.
Oh shit! Yep, you're right. I concede.
Yeah, no, like,
yep.
Like
I
mean, I 100% see where you're coming from on that, Steve, with the wording of that what you saw. He
read it. I am take my concession. I'm wrong. I am 100% wrong. Take it. I was wrong. I had a bad argument, and I recognize that I was wrong.
Steve concedes. It's okay. We get it. Number 2 of the day.
So what was the question then? Can the character be targeted? Yes. So, oh my god, that means the entire enemy fighting rank can put their attacks into your character.
Yeah, but it's a Bretonnia character, so you don't want to, you know, right?
And then you also got to think about how the wedge works. They smash in and basically get them. If they don't push all the way through with the wedge, they're basically getting themselves surrounded.
Yeah, they're in the middle of the unit, like every
the
whole.
That's why the wedge is only good if you push 100% through that line.
Yeah.
There's no stopping. Like in war, that is how it's been. I mean, this is tabletop. You don't really push through in tabletop.
I've never. Oh my god! First time ever. You frenzy. Okay, let's just move on. What do you want to do next, Alan? Pick the next army.
Next army, Chores, dude. The greatest army in the game right now.
All right, we're gonna go to do Chaos Dwarves then.
Yeah.
I've not played it. I've played with them once, and I've not played against them. So again, what we got here? We have solid freaking infantry, great war machines. They had, in my opinion, very solid bull centaur renders or bull centaurs. Great mounts for your the bull centaur horse is not a dragon, but it's not as expensive as a dragon. The Lamassu, amazing.
They can have black orcs as core.
You take black orcs as core. You can take goblins. They have bolt throwers which are 45 freaking points. They have goblin wolf cav that aren't impetuous. I think Chaos Dwarves, I don't have the collection to prove it, but I think Chaos Dwarves are like an argument for S tier, but they gotta be A tier, right?
They're A tier, 100% A tier, with an argument for S. Some things need to get fixed and some things need to get buffed and nerfed in it.
I would agree. I would put a pin in that S tier argument because I think it's a very, very, very valid argument, but I don't think anyone's played with them enough to know.
No. It's way too... The people that have played with them enough to know right now are all in their 50s and will never give up their armies for younger people to try.
I have a very large army now that I'm trying to get painted, but I'm also trying to like create all these videos. I actually, you know what? I'm gonna put this out there. I'm gonna put it like somewhere in the Discord. I need a writer. I need somebody who wants to take my thoughts and structure them into videos I want to create. If anybody wants that job, contact me, Stephen@wargaming.com, or use the Mountain Miniatures, whatever the email is.
You're asking a very tall order.
I know. I'll read through the emails and wait through and contact people.
Interpreting your thought. Oh,
I know. Ryan, you were gonna say something? I saw your name light up.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right, fair. Okay. So yeah, Chaos Dwarves. I don't know what else I can say. They have everything. They're
dwarves with all of the holes plugged.
They're dwarves with all the holes. Yeah.
They're dwarves with magic. That's literally the only thing dwarves were missing.
And cavalry and monsters, and it's like
I really hate them, so they must be doing something right.
I've always hated Chaos Dwarves, but I won't. You can't.
I've always loved them.
Dude, Ash Storm killed them for me back.
The
in
Ash Storm's
Army's
been nerfed to
project.
the ground now, though.
Good. It had
It's
no
Ash
reason
Storm
being
is
in the.
not. Ash Storm is not as good
Oh
as it used to
no,
be. It's
guys! I can only see. Hold on, can I expand the poll? S tier is raw. Oh, okay, it's getting pulled down. It's getting pulled down. Okay, S tier is rocking it though. I don't think they belong in S tier, everybody. Let's pull them back down to A tier.
I mean, it's 38 to 49 right now.
And yes, thank you, Coda Zero. Only 145 likes. Let's get those likes in there for me. It is super helpful. I'm happy to sit here on my Sunday and make these videos with you guys, but you know,
Trying to grind to level 40 and see
At
the
least-
discovery right now.
at least hit the thumbs up for me. Unless you hate what I'm doing, in which case hit the thumbs down.
It's all the same.
Steve, did you play Classic WoW at all?
Oh, God, dude. Okay.
Back in the day.
I was working construction, and I was 21 years old. My best friend growing up, I've known him since he was 6 years old, was working in a
Okay.
greenhouse. And we both got laid off from our jobs for the winter. First time ever in our lives. This is the winter. WoW came out. Like,
Nice.
we played a lot of Warcraft. Let's try this. Well, at the time, we were playing a lot of Defense of the Ancients. Let's try
Alright,
this.
Well, hold on. Look, I'm just going to tell you what my plans are for level 40 in Season Discovery.
Alan, you're detracting.
I'm just letting you know real quick.
I knew.
Is Wind Fury Shamans. You remember those? How they would one-shot people just by looking at them? Oh, I've been moved, I think.
All right, S tier wins out with a narrow margin on the Chaos Doors.
Oh, I forgot to vote.
You forgot to vote?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would have put him in D, but out of spite.
I can't believe we got one in the S tier, but hey, this is where they put it. We did not make we made too good of an argument for them.
I mean, we really did.
To be
What
fair,
are
I
talking
mean,
about
were
the
we
tier.
wrong?
If there's any army, it's them, and it's always
Yeah.
them.
I mean, they have really strong mounts for characters. They have really strong artillery that very rarely explodes on itself because you always have at least 1 to 2 engineers next to it. Really strong infantry that is hard to kill, but also has really good shooting and close
That's nice.
quarter.
they do seem to have
And then-
everything.
And then crap loads of options for cheap core
Well-
and or not cheap core.
So I'll tell you this: we're gonna move on from Chaos Doors. We locked them at S
Yeah.
tier, and I probably should have said this earlier, but every time I try to make a Chaos Dwarf list, I run out of points too fast. I can't
yeah,
get the
no.
things I want. So that's gonna be their weakness. But they literally have everything. It's insane.
Oh yeah,
The Kadai
for-
Destroyer is gone, thankfully. That thing was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
they were kind of like, oh my god.
Justin Cannon, you're not wrong. Okay, let's hit the vampire counts. An entire army with regeneration and flammable, so it actually matters. Vampires on a dragon are bananas. B-A-N-A. I can't remember how to spell bananas. Bananas. Blood Knight. Okay, so Blood Knights have a thing that I think has to be toned down. So a big block of like 10 or 12 Blood Knights with a Necromancer following behind them, putting 4 back on the table a turn, that cannot be the intent. They're like
Ooh.
40-point models. They are that unit, that combo is S tier and needs to be toned down. That needs to be errated. That cannot be
does
the
it-
intent.
How does a necromancer keep up with them? Do they have a mount now?
Yeah, you can buy a horse for a Necromancer.
Ooh.
You can resurrect vampiric?
Yeah.
Like it works on vampiric?
I'm gonna double check that. Now that you say that, I always want to.
I have no
Yeah.
idea. That's just my first thought was like,
No, but yeah, when you say that, it makes me think maybe you can't.
Not up there.
Necromancers. Invocation Heck. During the command sub phase of the turn, if they're not engaged in combat, this character may attempt to resurrect the fallen by making a leadership test using their leadership. If passed, a single friendly unit that is necromantic undead within 12 recovers a number of lost wounds. And then for infantry, it's wizard level, so it'll be 4 dead thing. Now let's double check that they
Necromantic
have.
undead.
Do they have
Are
it?
Black Knights undead?
For sure.
they would be, yeah.
But it's the Blood Knights are the problem.
Oh, Blood Knights. Sorry.
And yeah. So they're 39 points a model, 2 up armor save, toughness 4, 2 attacks apiece. They're hard enough to kill as it is, and you can bring back 160 points of these models a turn by passing a leadership test, which is re-rollable for them if the BSB is nearby. Like, you have to one-shot the Blood Knights, and things don't get one-shot at this edition. So this combo seems S tier, needs to be toned down. Other than that,
I mean, yeah.
zombie
is-
horde is going to be an issue, but not that big of an issue.
I think zombie horde always been an issue.
I've never liked it, but I want to be objective and say it's not overpowered. I don't like fighting into it, but it's not overpowered. I like the narrative of grinding through them for a while, but like, is there something harder to kill than that? I can't. There probably is close, but I can't. There probably is. But it's the fact that you like. It's the fact that like you throw off a magic spell or a bow or a bolt thrower, or you send off a missile unit that's just trying to kill 1 or 2 models and then die, so you can chip through them and eventually kill them. But they're bringing back 4 a turn. It's like, nah, you can't. That's a tactic that will not work against them. So now you got to fight them in combat, ongoing grind, and they're bringing back 4 models a turn, so they can't even lose the ongoing grind. So to deal with these Blood Knights, you have to kill the Necromancer that's following them. You have to pin that guy down.
Yeah.
Can they get reserve move too? Blood Knights.
I don't see it.
Good counter charge, right?
Do they have counter charge?
Don't
Yep.
all
Counter
cavalry have
charge,
it?
first charge, not all cavalry, but a lot.
I want to know why Bretonians are the only ones that can do the wedge formation. What makes them so special with their cavalry?
Well,
They're
they're
French
knights.
accents.
Yeah, they're knights. That is their
Nostalgia.
thing. Or else they're just the Empire, right?
I mean, infantry in. Oh, never mind. I'm thinking historical stuff. Never mind.
You could crumble them, Malik, but this game, we're not seeing crumbling doesn't happen. Like you lose a handful of like 1 to 3 models. They have Indomitable, so they lose 1 less. And these guys don't take damage. They're toughness 4 with 2 up armor save, so they're probably they're gonna win every combat. They're not gonna crumble. Like, I'm exaggerating to make a point, but crumbling them is not a viable tactic.
I'm gonna say toughness 4, 2 up armor save. Are we talking about zombies here, or are we talking about?
Can also,
Yes,
like,
Alexander,
roll-
we're going to get to Dark Elves shortly. I think Dark Elves are another army that are vies for S tier.
They're
Really?
really expensive.
That keeps.
I'd say
That's
low
why
A, high B. for
That's why I said like vie for S tier. I don't think anything belongs in S tier.
Yeah.
Blood Knights could do lance formation. Are you just making stuff up? You're just
Probably,
making
I
stuff
think so.
up.
No,
He's thinking of like
'cause-
Total War, where like they let every.
Well, no,
cavalry-
this is like history in real life, which most of this is based off. Infantry could do spear formation if they wanted to, and it was effective because when you were heavy infantry could do it.
Do
I've
we have?
seen historical records of heavy infantry pushing through skirmisher units and other things like that with ease by
Oh.
doing a spear formation.
I would like to start picking away the things that are weak at the of the vampire accounts. What are we worried about? What seems to be a little lacking for them? I think they're very solid. I think they're a very solid army. In fact, if I were to rank, how do I put this? I think
Literally,
just about every legacy faction as A tier. Just about.
Just the amount you can bring back just because of your level on certain units does make it A tier.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying.
And then,
but what
aren't you able to summon skirmisher zombies that can like be pretty much put anywhere in the way? Too?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to find
A
things that
tier.
need to things that are a problem for them, because I don't think this faction. I don't think vampire accounts are overpowered.
No,
I think
Character
they're. I think
cost
they're.
is depending on what you want to mount.
Yeah,
Yeah.
their dragon
Lord.
is really powerful. Their
Yeah.
blood knights with the necromancer following them is busted overpowered. But other than that, I'm exaggerating.
How's
other than
the
that,
Mortis engine doing this time around?
solid. It's solid.
Okay. So then corpse card is it any good?
I don't remember actually. Let's see what the corpse card do. Mortis engine corpse card.
I mean,
Corpse card.
are ghosts still untouchable except for magical?
They'll crumble. They'll crumble.
Yeah, but are they still like literally untouchable by normal attacks? Like because of ethereal? Is that still a thing?
That's still a thing.
then I mean I like that it's in there, but I also don't like it at the same
So
time.
the corpse card's 115 points, and then whenever you get wounds back from the invocation to Heck, on a 4+, you get another one back. So the Blood Knights arguably could get 5 Knights back a turn. And then they have a thing that they lose 1 less wound from unstable by being within 15 of this thing. It's not
Can a
indomitable.
Necromancer use that as a mount?
Yeah.
Oh, having that follow them.
I would always put my Necromancer on probably one of these because it gives you that 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, hanging out
Just
in a big
450 points.
block
Oh wait,
of
did you say
zombies.
Mortis Engine?
Both.
Yeah, on a Mortis Engine, a level 4, you're looking at around, depending on magic items, like 400, 450 points.
Blood Knights can get reserve move with the Banner of Hellish Vigor. There you go. That's scary. Oh, but you can't get too far away from your Necromancer, though, right? But it helps you maneuver better. I probably would put it on every time. How are Blood Knights 2+ armor? Because they can purchase full plate. Let me just double check that. Make sure I'm not lying to you guys.
They're 44 points a pop though at that point, but
Worth it all day long.
yeah.
44 points. 5 back a turn, possibly.
Yeah.
Now this is anecdotal, totally, but every time I've played Blood Knights, they just underperform drastically, and they get killed
Fair.
by something ridiculous.
It sounds about right.
Somebody's
Yeah,
saying a Necromancer can't join the or can't ride a corpse cart anymore.
it can't.
I'm double
No.
checking. They're probably right. Where can be mounted? See page 8. What we got here? Mortis Engine. Yeah, nope, no corpse cart. That can
No.
run off the round. But they can still ride the Mortis Engine, so that's
Yeah,
just as good.
Mortis Engine is still good. Yeah, that's when you're getting that big boy Necromancer. You know, you're like, hey, you guys, check out my cool ghost ship.
You're going to turn 8 Knights with the corpse cart? 4, right? Sorry, 5 with the corpse cart, right?
Well, no, each time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Because you're doing it 4 times. So for each of those 4, there's
no,
a chance.
that's not. I gotta reread that. Is that how that works?
I think that's what you said, isn't it? It says for each time you get an invocation of Nehek, right?
Which brings back 4 models for them. Not 4 individual cases of 1, right? Let me
I don't know.
So, when a friendly unit within 15 of this model recovers a number of lost wounds due to a character using invocation and hex special roll a d6. On a 4+, the unit recovers 1 additional wound. No. So, you get...
No, because it says for each time, though.
Yeah, no, but...
Because you roll a dice, because they're each 1 wound each, right?
No,
each model is 1, isn't it?
I'll read it again.
Oh, that's for wounds. That's right.
Recovers wounds due to the use of invocation of Nehek. So it's during the use and invocation of Nehek. So you can get a maximum of 5.
Like, what? That's still stupid.
All right, let's just do. There's nothing more to say here. Vampire Count seems solid.
Definitely a high A.
A tier, yeah.
Yeah, A tier for sure.
I will.
The only thing that's S tier is that
one unit.
That's it.
And I fully expect to see that getting errated.
I mean, it might not. I mean, if you put enough,
I hope it does.
If you put enough like oomph into it at first, or like you get the Necromancer sniped real quick.
Scepter of D Noir makes your Nehek work twice. Is that really a thing? Hold on, I gotta check if there's a scepter. Please don't be a thing.
You just can do it twice a turn.
Is it?
That sounds like a magic item.
Can you do it twice a turn or affect the same unit twice a turn? Okay, so it says they can do it twice. Now I gotta go check if you can target the same unit more than once.
God.
Either way, you're not gonna ever do it to Blood Knights twice because you're not killing that many of them.
Or if you do kill that many of them,
buddy, stop.
Jesus,
they're down to like 1 guy left, and then just
I just concede to go home. You win, sir.
Like, I want to see Luca do that to you now, really bad. Like my 20-man strong Blood Knight unit.
I think you can.
I don't know why you wouldn't be able to.
I was hoping there was a rule under Invocation to Heck that you can only target a unit can only be affected by this once per turn.
like I think if you have 2 necromancers, you can just like keep going on the same unit, you know, right? Like,
All right, I want to see nothing but S tiers on this poll. I'm kidding. All right, end the poll. Clearly A tier wins. I agree.
they're like, I mean, they're like comparing them to Tomb Kings. They just have more speed and hitting power, and that's like,
I mean,
then
honestly,
they're still
yeah.
undead. Yeah,
And that's
it's
the
like,
thing. I think for
Yeah.
me, the Tomb Kings, and while I still love them, I'm actually way more interested in playing Tomb Kings and Vampire Counts. Is when I read the Vampire Counts is when I started to like Tomb Kings. You need a little bit more because everything Vampire Counts get that just seems to be a little bit better. Vampire Counts have no artillery.
I always just loved being like Tomb Kings, and like your Hierophant dies, and then your Tomb King just like is like, well, that's cool. I'm gonna kill you because I'm leadership 10 and I don't care. That was always fun.
You know what? Let's do a fast one. Let's do demons.
Fast? I mean, you want fast? Just do Empire A tier straight up.
No, Empire
No.
might be a conversation. All right, demons.
Demons.
They're in my opinion, I don't know. I was gonna say something I don't necessarily agree with. I
Aren't
don't
they, like,
know.
Really, really versatile though.
They are.
demons?
I don't know if I love them or hate them. I think if you play demons and you you bring a greater demon, you're just already in a good spot. I think the Keeper of Secrets, the Great Unclean One are just amazingly powerful demons.
And a block of 60 demonettes is dumb.
Yeah, don't do that. It didn't work. I did.
It lasted forever though.
Okay, so I did play a game yesterday with Mitch. That's gonna go up in a couple
Another
of weeks.
one?
Yeah, he played a different demon list where he brought like 6 units of 10 blue 10 blue horrors.
He
1 unit of flesh hounds.
Really
It was
loves
well, no,
things.
he's trying to make completely wacky lists so we can all figure out what works and doesn't work. So he spent 1,000 points on heralds, and then a bunch of squads of blue horrors. Can I tell you this? He beat me in top of turn 1. We scrapped the video and started over, and then we played a good game that went all the way to turn 6. There is
in the top of turn 1.
Like
That's amazing.
No, sorry, bottom of turn 1.
Bottom, okay.
But it was such a weird thing where like I explained in detail what happened in the post game show. Yeah, so don't worry about that. I explained what happened, why. It was just a weird thing. It was mistakes on my part too. But it was like, oh, this list should not work, but it kind of works until it doesn't. But that's the whole thing. Wait, stay tuned for that battle report. Mitch and I are just trying to try our models and create lists because a lot of people are saying, don't bring 60 demons to Slanesh. We know it won't work. Well, bullshit. You don't know what doesn't work. We have to try it, see if it doesn't work. There are things that we haven't thought of, and we're going to try to see them on the table. And I said, this list is done, Mitch. There's no way a bunch of squads of blue horrors and heralds are going to work. That was wrong. It has a way of playing. Mitch lists are always a blast, yeah.
When
Yeah, I
your
love
entire
Mitch's
army
stuff.
has a ward save, it's hard to argue that you can be bad.
It's a ward save that doesn't work against magical attacks.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's an important new caveat.
So
But-
what are we thinking on demons? I think the greater demons are awesome. The
See-
versatility is awesome.
I'd go with a solid A, high B.
So are we just like doing like demon soup, like all of them mixed together, or are we
Well-
taking into account like the different like gods?
You can
Because
take
I
into
feel
account-
like then it's different. Like it varies dramatically because
Yeah.
like demon soup I think is pretty easy A tier just because you have so many units to
And
choose from. Like
That's how we have to
you're
rate
gonna
it.
find
then.
good
Yeah.
ones. Yeah, you know, right? And then
Oh,
if
are
you're
we gonna like
determined
gonna
to
do
be
each
one god, you
individual?
might be in a worse position.
Yeah, like, are we gonna try to do we want to rate them individually as what they are? Like, that's usually what most people do when you watch that stuff.
The
on video.
problem right now is I don't have the experience or information to argue about them individually, barely enough to argue about them as a whole. I think they look good, but they have their definite weaknesses. They
Yeah.
can like if you go magic heavy, their only defense is their dispel. If they don't dispel, they're taking the damage. They're taking the damage.
I mean, but when you think about it, that should be how demons are, anyways. Except I'd say Zinch shouldn't have to worry about that because they are like the magic demon.
Zinch is my
They
bonus
have-
to cast, not the defense.
Okay.
And they
Soul
have a
Grinders
bunch of
look solid?
wizards.
Yeah.
I don't know, Brian. I actually don't know what my opinion is. What's yours?
A.
A?
They have so many units. Like it's like one of the longest army books. Like there's good lists.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like,
have
it
to
can
agree
be-
with that too.
Yeah.
Because demons as a whole, definitely high A.
Yeah.
Ryan, hit me up. What do you got?
What? I just did.
No, Ryan. Right, sorry, Ryan.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Nico.
No idea.
Fair.
Alright, so I'm on the other side of the room.
I know. You're good. You're good. Okay. Well, nobody in chat has said anything, so we're just gonna go ahead and put up the poll and see what people are thinking. They don't want to type, which I get. So, demons. We got S and A. We're gonna give them the B and the C.
Give them the B and the C.
Give them the B and the C. I suspect they're A, but not an army for me.
We need to throw in D. Sorry.
Looks like
Five-year-old
A.
moment right there.
Looks like A is doing well. Oh yeah, A's okay. Do Empire? Okay, hold on. What do we got left?
We're
I got.
so excited.
We got.
We need to save Empire for last. That's gonna be a long
I know.
talk.
I know. Well, I don't know if
Okay,
Empire or Orcs are going to be last, and third last is going to be Dark Elves. I think those are going to be the longest conversations.
That's
And
true.
I probably should do them early so I don't get exhausted.
Oh, you're gonna get it. It's okay, Steve. It just gives me more time to grind. I'm about to do Wailing Caverns.
Don't worry. It's just Super Bowl Sunday. It's fine.
Is today Super Bowl
Nobody
Sunday?
cares. Yeah,
It
today
is,
is the
yeah.
Super. That's right. Today is the Super Bowl, isn't it? Too bad I don't care about.
I'm
football
Canadian
anymore.
and I like Warhammer.
I don't know
I mean,
anything. I don't
I'm
care.
American and I don't give a crap about football
Yeah.
anymore.
All I know is Taylor Swift is gonna be there. That's all I know.
Oh God, again?
Taylor Swift is
Yeah,
a
her
tie-off.
boyfriend's playing.
I'm so tired of Taylor Swift. She's nice and all, but I don't care.
Or
Ooh,
she's-
that was close.
I mean, she's cute.
Wow, that is a close. That's the closest
What?
poll we had. 1%.
Wow. I think people are trying to think about, no, we're not doing it individually. And I think that's why B almost came up there.
That's a fair point. I'm sure there probably are B tier when you aren't like mixing them.
So I'm just gonna give just a quick before we move on to the next one, quick pitch for the channel because this is my full-time job. I gotta pay the bills. If you want to join the channel by becoming a channel member, it does help out immensely. There are weekly members-only battle reports that are handheld, classic style for you members, as well as access to Discord. Think about joining, or if you do enjoy the membership, think about purchasing a membership for somebody else. I do appreciate it. It keeps me going. Keeps me from working a real job. I'm not cut out for the real world, and if you guys don't keep signing up as a member, I have to get a real job, and I'll just die. You don't want me to
I'm
die.
doing it without a job.
Oh, thank you, Alan. All right, what we gotta do next? We gotta hit. Okay, Ogres or Warriors of Chaos? Somebody hit it. You know, Sudden wants Ogres. Sudden, you still here?
Ogres? Yeah, we haven't done Ogres yet. I just realized. Ogres are fun. I love me some Ogres.
The Ogre Kingdoms. Let me tell you this. There is a common magic item called Demon Slayer Scars. It's 20 points. Every sergeant that can take a magic item can take it. It gives you terror. Bananas.
Broken? Isn't terror like incredibly rare in this version?
It's one of the best rules in the game.
Yeah, and it's like super rare too.
Sudden Slayer, perfect. So Matt, I'd be flipping burgers and I wouldn't be doing a good job of it if I didn't do this. So
That's what I'd be doing too.
okay, Ogres. We have Monsters Infantry and we have Noblars and we have really good heavy cav. One of the best monsters in the game that's not a dragon, the Stonehorn. We have a great cannon. It's also a chariot. We got a
Can it still move and fire?
Yep. We have a scrap launcher that does pretty good. The cauldron's obnoxious. Okay, we gotta pull up the cauldron. Oh yeah, no, Sudden for sure. You can quickly run out of points with Ogres. Let's check out what the cauldron does for the wizards. Oh, you know what I hate? Toothcracker lasts the end of your turn.
What? That's it?
That's end of your turn. I hate
End
that.
of turn.
I hate it. It drives me. It's like, come on. Why even bother? That's not that bad, but It's not great.
It's not bad, but like,
Okay, so if you buy a cauldron for your butcher, you get impacts 2. No, if you replace impact 2 with D3 plus 1. You can attempt to offering by making a leadership test. If you pass until the start of your next turn subphase, this character and any unit they have joined gains regeneration 5+. That's no.
what? Wait, repeat.
I never want my wizard in a unit of. You can, if you have a cauldron, you can do a leadership test and give your unit regeneration, but you never want him in a unit.
I mean, when you think about it, though, the cauldron, it's like the cauldron from Sigmar, I think.
Okay, hold on. I got an idea. This is probably not going to work because if you take a cauldron, you go to 50 by 100 millimeter base. Does Swift Stride say the majority of the units have to have Swift Stride, or every model has to have Swift Stride? Because I would put this guy in a unit of the Cav.
Mornfang.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
There's no way that's going to work. I have to pull up the rules, and somebody will chat will probably tell me beforehand. I'm going to read some chat. No Beast Claws is sad. There's plenty of Beast Claws.
I mean, just think about the implications of that. Like, just like elf princes running along with like silver helms, or right? Like,
That's true.
That would be kind of weird.
No, but you go as fast as slow as guy. He has the same movement
That's
as the
true.
Mornfang. He's the same movement. So I'm going to go ahead and look in my rulebook.
Yeah, same movement.
Rulebook.
You put him in there with that. You give him Morn with. Can't Mornfang still have a 2-up save?
It just says
3 up.
a unit with the
3 up.
special
Okay,
rule.
so 3 up with a 5-up region. If you pass leadership, that seems worth it to me.
I'll do that. I will put this guy in a unit of Mornfang. Ogre characters also can't be outside of units. They can almost always be targeted. They need units of 5+ not to be. Oh, I don't care about that, Sudden. You stand next to bulls or iron guts and you're fine. But if they do get targeted, you're basically a monster. Like, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a faction that is primarily monstrous infantry.
Sudden, that's a good point that I hadn't considered. In fact, the battle report I recorded against Mitch, I was using ogres, and I played my butcher as if it's skirmish. Wait, I think, hold on, I might be okay. Let me check the rule.
Cheater.
I know.
Again.
Oh God, don't get me started on that.
That's why I love watching your battle reports, Steve. It's too much fun.
People piss me off.
What's the point?
What page is the rule where lone characters move like skirmishers? No, Sudden, you're fine. Unit strength has nothing. 206?
206.
Mexican bag, yeah. I haven't seen that thing drop in forever. Nice.
Lone characters, starting lone characters. No, it's not this page. So Sudden, what are you referring to? They don't gain skirmish. Where are you saying they don't gain skirmish? It's infantry or cavalry gain skirmish. It has nothing to do with unit strength, right? I put the cannibal totem on the iron guts. Check the index, Steve. No, it's a terrible index.
But it works, Steve.
No, it doesn't actually. He's mocking me because there's no way.
It's terrible, but it works, Steve.
The index doesn't work. What are you talking about?
That's true. You're right.
Tyrant on Stonehorn is actually pretty awesome. I want to wait for Sudden to catch up on this because I want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting something. One of us is misinterpreting this. I think they have to be unit strength 1 to get skirmish. No, page 205.
Yeah, if they have to be unit strength 1 or 2 to, or they have to be unit strength 1 to get the -1 to be hit.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But the gain the oh, is that what you're talking about? Just the -1 to be hit? I'm not worried about that because they're toughness 5. Yeah, but they have 360 line of sight. Yeah. Okay, so I understand. So we're good. So it's just not -1 to get hit. Who cares? Yeah. 5 Stonehorn list. Never gonna do it.
What about 10?
What are we worried about on ogres? Model count for sure, but their toughness and speed is great. They can do a little bit of everything. Just model count. Man-eaters seem a little too expensive for me, but I have to try them. I keep, every time I put man-eaters in my list, I end up cutting them. Because every time I make an ogre list, I end up cutting things because I got too many things on my list, and then I want to get other things, and every time. I don't have this problem with other, like, when I make my Beastmen list, I'm like, oh wow, I got more points to spend. Oh, I got more points to spend. Every time I make an ogre list, like, oh, I'm out of points. Weapon skill and model count. I don't think weapon skill is that big a deal for them, but...
They can
What
take
about,
more wounds before they lose attacks. That's kind of nice.
Say that again?
They can take more wounds before they lose
Yeah.
attacks because it's just nice.
I like that.
Are they still getting good amount of attacks when they do hand weapon or no?
Yeah, well, I would take the for Bull's Iron Fist because you get 4 attacks and 5 armor save per model. But there are weapon skill 3, which is not terrible. Like, I was sitting on 3s a lot because I was fighting blue horrors with mine, so there's that. Low initiative, I don't think is a problem for them at all. Impact tax is nice. Yeah, I don't think I do think initiative is a good stat to have, but I don't think low initiative is that big a deal. In fact, one of my favorite infantry units in the game is initiative 1. So,
I mean, when everyone lost to their supporting attacks, I feel like it impacts ogres less, even though they also lost their supporting attacks.
yes.
They
Well-
still have two hand weapons a lot of times, or if they don't, it doesn't really matter, and they just they still
is
have the
quite
attacks
true.
to do what they need to do, while other
Yeah.
people like
Ogre
lost.
Ogre supporting attacks were busted in 8th.
For sure. But a lot of times you'd be killed down to like not have a full second ranking.
So we're high
then
elves
you're
with
like-
supporting attacks.
Yeah.
Ogre armor save is same as everybody else's average. You're gonna see mostly 5 up for armor for them. Later, Ryan.
That's the question.
Okay, well, I don't know if I have anything more to say on ogres. Stonehorns seem awesome. A lot of their units, like their only real weaknesses is their model count, and every army has to have a weakness.
Yeah. They're an elite army, just like they used to be.
They're just so fast that always every
Yep.
time it's like
I mean, that's what
coming
makes
from
those
a-
really good.
yeah, exactly. It's honestly one of their best.
I mean, when you think
stats
about
is
it,
movement.
it makes a lot of sense. They're wicked tall, and so
Yeah,
they
the
got
legs are just
long
long.
strides.
Yeah.
They're like the opposite of dwarves.
I'd still probably put them in B tier just because like there's nothing that they have that
Yeah,
in my
B.
opinion is like
They're just
just
solid.
amazing. Yeah, like
I
pushes
agree,
them out.
Brian.
They're just good across the board.
I want to put them
Solid.
in B, but I suspect they're gonna end up in A. But I want to put them in
Yeah.
B.
Nah,
Yeah.
they're B. Solid neutral army that'll do good at all times, no matter
Very
what
good
you take.
First army for someone.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
very good starting army.
All right. People are still voting, so I'll give them a couple more seconds, and then we'll end this.
Especially since you don't have to worry about the food mechanic like in Total War. I hate those food mechanics
I've never
so
played
much.
it.
It's just another thing you have to worry about, like when it comes to them. Otherwise, they start eating each other.
Makes sense.
I mean, it
They
makes
went
sense,
A. They
but
went A. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the 11 armies we've talked about are in A tier. One's in S, and the rest are in B. Tell me this is not a good thing for the game.
that's a great thing to do for the game. I mean, I still think Tomb Kings are C tier, but
I don't think they're that
there's
low.
certain things. I think there's certain things that still need to be fixed with them.
I think so to circle back, I think the chariot, the need of the chariot is offset by the buff of the dragon. Like, I think that balances those two out. Okay, what's happening next here? Empire
We've
Orcs.
done
Settle down.
We gotta go
I think a
Lizardmen.
lot of those will settle down. into
Lizardmen.
Days of Amazon.
All right, when I first read the Lizardmen Slan, or my first off-camera game like 3 months ago, I'm like, this thing is trash. Then I started to play the game. I'm like, oh wait a second, this thing is amazing. The Slan has its
I'm
own
just
words.
happy they're not as oppressive as they used to be.
Well, I was upset that I was upset they couldn't join the Temple Guard. Their spells aren't as good. I'm like, oh, the way wizards work now, you want them not in a unit. You want them with fly, it has fly. You want them with a ward save, it has ward save. You want them with defense stats, it's got a lot of wounds. It's got everything you want in a wizard. Then it's got I lost my train of thought. it's everything you want.
It's not as bad as you thought it was going to be.
It's also it could be your general, which I find my wizard ends up being my general a lot, and it can be your BSB. It is mobile enough to put it where you need it. I'm loving this land.
Yeah,
I 100% agree with you. I still want to put it back in the Temple Guard unit.
Because of aesthetics or because of nostalgia?
Entirely because of aesthetics.
Yeah.
For those reasons alone. You are 100% right. It is OP flying around. Well, maybe not OP. I don't know. It's really good flying around. That's what you want to do.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
I want it to be in the dinosaur men defending it. That's so cool.
Yeah, but
Go ahead.
I mean, any caster flying around is broke. That is literally the meta for casters right now.
So caster is going to be on a Pegasus that can take one.
Yep.
And then, if you're doing high elves, they're all going to be on dragons. And dragons are sick.
And there's a couple more things it has. It has large target without being a huge point sink on a monster, so we can stay behind your units and still see everything.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you're like, wait, it's large target, so I can target it with my stuff. I'm like, no, because you're going to be near Temple Guard, and you basically can't target them.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I just thought of that.
There's one thing that I don't like about Lizardmen, and it's not even. Let me make an argument. I don't even know how to like sort it out in my head. So, Temple Guard, one can be core for bringing us land, and Source Warriors. The way you're going to outload them, they're exactly the same point cost. And the Temple Guard is better.
Yeah,
it's a weird, frustrating thing.
It's like the Eternal Guard and the other guard from what else? Same points cost. One is just objectively better.
You know, I like to bring up Source Warriors when people talk about how overpowered Sword Masters are. So Sword Masters are basically the same points as the Source Warriors. Sword Masters are like literally 7 times the initiative. Initiative 7 compared to the Source Warriors of 1. The Source Warriors are going to win against Sword Masters 100% of the time. That's the exaggeration. The Source Warriors are almost always going to win that fight. Source Warriors are going to have 3 attacks per 30 millimeter base because you're going to have spears every time. And you're not the Sword Masters aren't going to kill enough. They're always going to get killed back by the Source Warriors. And the Source Warriors are initiative 1. Who the frenzy cares if you're initiative 1 when you're toughness 4 with a 4-up armor save?
Yeah, it's true.
Source Warriors.
And then there's also a lot of spells. Doesn't this land have spells that can up their armor save too, or is there none of that in this edition?
I like Elementalism for my Slan because there's like nice interactions with the Source and Slan with Elementalism, but I don't think there's a bad lore in the game, to be honest with you, as well.
Is there a spell that ups armor save though? I can't remember.
No, there's a spell that lowers armor. But like there's 2 spells in the game that can give a unit a ward save. The best one being my Earth and Rampart.
Earth and
for elemental.
Shield of Staff free from the
for infantry,
Shield of Staff free,
not for cavalry though. And then let's not forget High Elves and their Seed of Rebirth.
Right.
That is common.
Was there anything
common 5-up, right?
Yeah, we'll get to them. Oh, we did them. Yeah, it's common 5-up. So Lizardman, Stegatron is I love everything about the Stegatron. Oh, a lot of Lizardman players are upset that Cold Blood doesn't work the same as it was before. It would be busted overpowered if it did.
Yeah. It was busted overpowered when it was in last edition.
Hey Steve, have you noticed that you can put a Skink Chief on a Stegadon?
No, I didn't notice that. Can you really?
Makes him weapon skill 4.
How many points you spending for that?
Getting hit back.
For getting hit back, for sure.
Yeah. Also, he can hit. The Skink Chief is like 40 points. It's the most obvious way to do it. Now, obviously, that puts it in your characters. So
I don't
know your points looking at.
No, that's actually fine because I'm spending no points in characters within my Slan. Yeah. I actually didn't realize you could do that. What magic weapon or magic item can you take that can make? Because the Skink Hero is only leadership 6. It's only leadership 6.
Yeah.
What defensive items can you take that are going to help the temple? Sorry, help the Stegatron. Oh, I hate that you need 2 Engines of the Gods to take the effect again.
What?
Edge of the Gods can like basically give a minor buff to your magic. It's always done that.
But you have to have two of them.
Now you have to have 2 in this edition for it to work.
What if you have an Engine of the God and an Arc of Sotek?
No, it has to be 2 Edges of the God.
Oh, okay.
I didn't really think about magic items, but it just seems like the obvious way to do it. You get the weapon skill, you can shoot the bow, the big bow at Bliss skill 5.
True.
The Skink Thief can do
Oh
it.
wow, that alone is worth the 60 points.
Ooh.
But there's got to be, if
dude.
there's a defensive magic item.
I mean, you could just give him a ward save if you want. You do the 5-up if you aren't
True.
using it somewhere else.
That is also true, yeah.
High to the cold one. You have +1 armor save, but stupidity, no thank you.
No.
5-up
You're
ward
using
in
the-
magic resistance 2.
I mean, if cold-blooded worked like it used to, yes.
Oh my god, how about
Well, 100%.
-1 to hit?
What?
The aura
Oh.
that's it. That's
What? That's an aura?
no, it's called the aura of Quasar, but
Oh, okay.
put that in a Stegatron.
The fudge you say?
The voices.
Because you're using the monster's armor, so like I don't know how that would work. For
So
magic armor
I'm gonna double check. I think it counts as
counts as a chariot.
counts as a chariot. So you use either or. So you stack armor on your armors.
Yeah.
They won't stack on a chariot. No, sorry.
Also,
Wait.
it adds their wounds to it, so he gets like +2 wounds.
Yeah,
by
that's-
having
Oh,
that
if it
DC
adds
thing.
wounds, I think
Yeah.
it doesn't.
I'm assuming the how to
Armor
rule
save?
is a little weird, but it says it counts as a chariot, and a chariot you add the wounds. So I'm assuming that's how that works.
If
but it
I
is a
remember
l-
correctly,
you could
aren't
debate
mounts
otherwise.
right now like they basically become the same? Everything is the same model. supposedly?
Alan,
Yeah.
pull back your energy.
Okay, sorry.
You're talking over. I love you, buddy. Don't worry. You're good. But no, the how to rule definitely you're gonna add +2 wounds.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we've hit all the points we talk about. Saurus, Temple Guard are better, but Saurus are great.
Yeah.
Is
Predatory Fighter Gun?
Yeah.
So they
No,
don't
it's-
get extra attacks for 6s anymore?
It's still there, but it does something different.
It
pretty
doesn't do the extra attacks. That's what I'm wondering.
I feel like hold on. I could have swore Predatory Fighter was still there. Am I wrong? No, yeah, it's not there. But they have 2 attacks in their profile, so good enough.
Yeah, that's higher
And
than 90% of other armies.
2 attacks and spears. It's
2
ridiculous.
Yeah.
attacks
Really
and
good.
spears?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just-
dumb.
It's a solid unit, and they're toughness 4, 4 save, leadership 8. Like, is everything you want in a unit.
Can you stack the scaling skin to higher than 4 up or no?
Not in a way that I have currently seen. Now, no, there is no dragon option for them, but the Carnosaur is a almost as good equivalent without fly.
It's a land dragon.
The land dragon. All right, let's see what people think about the Lizardmen.
Good B tier.
I don't know if they're gonna end up at A or B. I don't know where I want to put them.
I'd say just they're good B tier. They're just there. They got the good stuff.
Well,
With that,
Yeah.
finding out skinks can be put on Stegatrons makes them maybe A tier.
I feel like they're A tier, but I lost the game with them once, so it can't be my fault. So they must be B tier.
I mean, it's your fault, Steve.
They're in a weird point where they're like, I mean, they're expensive. Because like Minosaurus is pretty expensive. But
Oh,
you
we
can
didn't even
be
talk about
worth
Crocs.
it.
Croxigores, yeah, I didn't even think about Croxigores. Are they any good still? Are they
Yeah.
still stupid?
No, they're good. They're only leadership 7. They're 50 points a model.
Which strength 5, toughness 5? What are we talking here?
Toughness 4, 3 wounds apiece, but they can be screened out by skinks, and they can charge over skinks. So they're very defensible.
Oh,
in that
they're
regard.
like the chariot.
Yeah,
they do? Yeah.
effectively, yeah.
Pretty much chariot runners. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh,
It's
no,
because they used to have the unit where the Proxigore were in it, the skink cohort, and that's gone. So now you
Yeah.
just run them with skirmishers.
all right, what do we got here for who won? Oh wow.
A tie.
Okay, we need a tiebreaker. All right, let's real
What?
quick. We got to go over some more units, and we'll do a poll again. A tie is not possible. So Cold One Riders are Cold One Riders. We gotta talk about them actually. This might push over into A tier. So you have 4 attacks per base at 34 points a model.
They're stupid though.
They're stupid. You're right. They have stupidity, but
They're like leadership 8.
if they didn't have if they didn't have stupidity, they would be overpowered.
Oh, for sure, yeah, but they do. So
Pterodon Riders and Ripidactyls, I'm not seeing them. I can't see. They seem way overpriced. Carnosaur is a solid mount. Stegodons are a solid mount. Bastillodon, I think is probably a pretty solid thing. The Troglodon, actually, it seems a little overpriced, but not bad. I can't make a better argument for these guys.
I mean, a big part of it might come down to how good monsters are, and because they still have a lot of monsters, right? They're still the monster faction.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean,
And
what
so-
are the old, like, the ones that used to have 2 up armor, say Bastillodons, I think? The ones that are like Ankylosauruses. I can't remember their name.
They only have a 3 up now.
I mean, that's still really good in this edition.
It is, but like, I don't know. They're also like, I think the Stegodon's better, but that's just me.
Right.
Like,
Round 2 on the voting here.
Can they still take the thing on the top that murders stuff?
the snake pit or whatever thing, or the laser cannon or whatever?
Yeah, the laser.
Yeah, it's still that.
Okay. The big gem of death.
When we remove S and C from the options, we'll see who wins. Looks like A is going to win this on the revote.
See, I can't really argue that they aren't A, but I still think they're B, just because of all of the other factions
That's-
we've already done.
Again,
I'm just like-
exactly what I feel.
I'm like, but I think Bretonnia is better, you know, right?
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
But Bretonnia is better, you know, right?
Yeah. I still think other cavalry units should be able to wedge, but that's besides the point.
Guys, we cannot have another tie. So I'm going to look away from the screen. And then I'm going to count like just a random amount of time I can't see. And then I'm going to end this at a random time.
It looks like A is gonna win.
I don't want to know. I'm just going to end it at a random time.
Quickly get B, quick.
Don't fight for a tie. Don't fight for a tie.
I want the tie. I need the tie.
They're
I
B
must
plus.
have.
Not charging is so bad for Cav. Yeah, these are really, really worried about BT or stupidity. All right, so I think A won.
By 1%.
By 1%.
What?
A1.
Wait a minute.
That's still a win.
Wait a minute. That's not possible.
It's not actually 1%. Like, you know, it's like 0.5 or whatever. You know, it's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like
Alright.
A got 50.5 and B got 49.5.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to put an
Almost.
A/B on here. And that's how we'll handle this when I discuss them in the actual tier list.
You know, I'm just gonna vote B still. Right?
It'll be... No, I'm not gonna. No, when I do the tier list, I'm gonna do it alone. Okay, who we
That's
got?
cheating against Steve.
Looks like we got. We're down to the last 4. Man, it's taking. Oh no, we're good on time.
Oh, that's fun.
All right, Warriors of Chaos.
Oh, they're definitely an A tier, dude. The chosen, freaking the basic warriors.
Chosen
oh
are
my
expensive.
God.
Chosen are expensive.
No, but it doesn't matter how expensive they are. They hit like freaking. Well, I mean, when you
Look at Demon
I-
Princes are flying monsters with skirmish. That
Yes.
right there is something we got to
they're
consider.
A, maybe low, very low S tier, and incredibly high A
So
tier.
I have regularly talked about how the best weapon in the game is the spear, but in actuality, the best weapon in the game is
A demon prince flying around with skirmish.
the flail. You're correct, Alan. It's the flail. And
Yeah.
Chaos get flails. You get them on horses. You get them on infantry.
You'd put the flail over the spear. I don't know.
The demon prince can have flails, right?
No, he
Definitely
can't. He
two
can't.
really
He can't.
good ones.
Oh my god.
So for if you're gonna charge, the flail is no. See, the flail maintains AP2 even after the
Yeah.
first round of combat.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I love the flail. I really love the flail on Marauder Horsemen, but I'm more than happy to have that on infantry as well. They can't take spears, so they get the flail. The fact that they maintain the AP too makes them as good as most people's elite infantry.
Yeah. Like, even
Yeah.
Marauders with flails is dumb.
Marauders with flails are good.
You have
Yeah.
your like fighting rank attacks at strength 3. I mean, sure they're AP 2, but like, I don't know.
So
Depending on what you're fighting, you're
Those
still not
3
gonna
or
do that
4, those 3 or 4, that
Like-
strength 3s that get through.
I mean, if you're 5 wide, you've got 5 attacks. I don't
So-
know. I mean,
so
like, don't be wrong.
think
it
about
can
it.
still work.
Think about it like this is. I'm gonna give you like an example that is advantageous for them, obviously, but they're in an ongoing grind with Bretonnia Knights.
Mhm. Oh, well,
They're wounding on
yeah.
4s anyway. Would you rather have an extra rank of attacks and then the Knights have a 3 up save, or half as many attacks and have a 5 up save?
I feel 100% that would be a very good situation for them to be in, but I feel like Bretonnian Knights are just gonna run right through that unit every time. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I don't see you getting in a protracted fight.
Because their other option has a shield and they have shield wall, so that's also
Yeah,
very, very
exactly.
good.
That's what I'm saying. I'd rather run the shield and hand weapon and then catch them there.
Oh, Striker A
Or
with
you-
the super chat. In case you do a list building later, here's the reminder you asked for last week: the Empire versus Brett Knight list. Yeah, we're not doing that this week, but we'll get to it. We'll get
Yeah,
to
it's
it.
because Luca's on vacation. He's playing World of Warcraft right now.
Yes,
Yeah,
true.
that's
That's why.
fine.
That's why he took a vacation so he could play again.
No, he's actually going to the Dominican.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, what?
So, Frenzy. Yeah, you can give Frenzy to the straight. Just true, Nico.
We're gonna see
Nemo.
Luca with the suntan.
Well, you see me with one.
Oh god.
So they have
No, it's
heavy-
just red.
They have heavy chariots, heavy cav, 2 tiers of
Yeah.
heavy cav, heavy infantry, 3 or 4 tiers of heavy infantry. They have
Technically, oh yeah, 3 or 4. You're right. I was about to
ogres.
say technically 2.
trolls, dragons, chimeras.
It's
Oh, they have
S
a
tier.
they have a flying monster. Not a lot of armies have a flying monster that doesn't have to be ridden. The chimera. We
Oh,
have,
yeah, that's
I
right,
mentioned
but isn't the
dragons.
Chimera not as good as it
No,
used to be,
sorry.
or is it-
Yeah, sorry, chimera. Sorry. Let's
Got
brain fart
that
for a
breath
second.
weapon. That's all it needs.
With the breath
Didn't it
weapon,
like
hell
kinda
cannon.
got like hell cannon? Yeah, and they can have chaos dwarfs as allies.
True. Or the chaos
That's
Dwarfs.
weird, dude.
They
They
have
can
Oh,
take.
gosh.
They can bring the cannons.
cheap infantry, fast cavalry with reserve move. Wait, they have reserve move on theirs, guys, right? Good magic, a tough ass
Yeah.
chariot that their wizards can ride on, and they get a ward save for free. Like, they get a lot.
Yeah, no,
Arguably best dragon
they're
build. I don't think they're the best dragon build. It's a good one though.
really, really high A tier, very, very low S tier.
So I
Because
think
I don't really see anything broken with them, is there? They just have a lot of really good choices.
Comes down to the point cost and the model. Point,
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Right? How
Okay,
much
so
do you
Ben,
get?
I'm very interested in why I think it's the best dragon. I think the Tomb King's dragon is significantly better than theirs.
Oh yeah, no, the Tomb King's Dragon seems way better.
I would rather
With
have my
the reroll.
opponent. Yeah, I'd rather have my opponent reroll to wound than reroll my 6s to hit.
Well, I mean, technically, isn't it that what you put on the Tomb King that makes it happen, not the dragon?
It's the same
Or-
combo. You can't have a dragon on their own.
Yeah.
Sar, 100% the Infernal Puppet, one of the best magic items in the game. But they are
What does
expensive,
the Infernal
Aria.
Puppet do?
The Infernal Puppet makes whenever an enemy wizard casts a spell within 24 inches of your wizard, they have to roll an extra die and discard the highest. It's one of the best items in the game.
Ooh.
Depending on how you're like what is it called? The Eye of the Gods roll, the power of
Yeah.
Chaos
Eye of the
that you
Gods.
do every command phase. Yeah. Depending on how that goes, you could very easily end up with the Lord being like weapon skill 10 basically, or at least weapon skill 9.
Yeah.
And then like if you have a magic item on him that's like making him harder to hit, yeah, that could get stupid.
All right, you don't have to correct your own grammar or spelling. It is perfectly acceptable in 2024 to spell it any which way. In fact, I now intentionally spell it incorrectly, or I use Y or U R
He
for
even
everything.
intentionally
for everything.
misspells it on purpose because that's the way he says it.
Well, it's good. Well, I there's a thing where like people on the internet like to like reply to your comment by like correcting the way you spell your. I'm like, that's beyond. It shows
matter.
real like it's never mind. It's real ridiculous. Anyway, don't get off on that
But you
tangent.
know what you're talking about. The way people talk in emoji speak nowadays, for crying out loud.
I'm young
mean,
and
why-
with it. I can
why-
keep up.
No, you're not.
You used the
Shush.
wrong emoji. That's not what that
You
was.
just used the wrong emoji. You're not with it anymore.
In fact, I'm actually mad at you for correcting the way you spelled it. Like, you
Yeah.
did the wrong.
You just insulted him.
Okay. Do we have any other points for the chaos? Does anything need to be toned down? Does anything need to be buffed? I can't think of anything that needs to be buffed.
I don't
The
think
Demon
so. It's just-
Prince might be a thing that needs to be toned down, but not really.
Not really. No, I mean that's like the
Maybe he's
Demon
not
Prince
just
has
unbreaking.
always been the bread and butter.
Well, the Demon Prince has been oppressive, overpowered in the past. It's not that.
Supposed to be. It's a Demon Prince.
No, overpowered in the past.
Oh, overpowered. Oh, okay.
So, like in 8th edition, it was unbreakable.
Not anymore, right? Now
No.
you can actually break it.
Yeah, it's actually, it crumbles.
Good. That's something that should have been on it to begin with.
I think Marcus Inch is kind of meh, but
Yeah.
What's Marcus Inch do?
I think it's
give you, like,
magic resist and something.
magic resist and like the flaming attacks.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Gives flaming attacks or something like that. It's not that good from what I remember.
And then, but then it's like if your wizard is in a unit with them, then he gets +1 to cast. So you'll have like
Yeah.
one unit of Marcus Inch Marauders, and then like they're just there to buff up
They're
the
just
wizard.
there to make the wizard better.
My-
You know,
my-
like how
Yeah.
goatmen sacrifice each other.
I suspect we're going to see Mark of Nurgle used the most. I think, even though Mark of Nurgle, I think we're going to see the most. I think Slanesh is the
Yep,
most
Slanesh.
powerful, and I think
Yep.
I'll
I
use
think
Undivided
Mark
the
of
most.
Khorne will be fun, the most fun though, for infantry builds.
I hate that one. Again,
I know you hate Frenzy in this edition so much.
so Nurgle, I think, is going to be the most used. Slanesh, I think, is the most powerful, but I think I'll be using Undivided the most. That makes no
Yeah.
sense, but that's just the way I am.
Undivided
I mean-
seems useful, like just not having to care.
Not having to spend the points and
Yeah.
then having a good buff anyway. You know, right? Like reroll panic is very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, Marcus Slanesh, 100%.
So we're gonna have to go back through all these again because everything's
No,
8 here. Everything's 8 here.
that's a good thing, Steve.
I know, but when everything's 8 here,
It would be bad if everything
What's
was
the point
S
of a
tier.
tier list?
there's no
Or
what's the point of the
everything
tier
was
list. But this is
There-
why
That's a
this is why I'm doing this video. I, for the life of me, could not rank these armies.
the point of a tier list is to see which armies are broken and which ones aren't. This is proving that this is one of the best versions of fantasy that they've ever come out with,
Or-
at least in people's eyes.
I think you have to start getting comparative to like the other armies that are.
I know. So we have to
And
like.
then again, we're also not doing this competitively either.
Yeah.
There's no competitive data yet, but yeah, we have to
Yeah,
eventually
that's why.
rank these. Like this army's better than this one, and put them in a line. Okay, so Dark Elves. I freaking love the Dark Elves. Every unit I love except for
They're
the.
too expensive for what they are, in my opinion.
I don't know if I agree, but I understand the argument. But I like every unit except for the Corsairs. Corsairs, for some of you guys, like me to say it correctly, I think they're beyond useless. They're actually quite trash.
They're,
But Blackguard, love them. Band of Hargoneth,
yeah,
love them.
Blackguard are great.
I feel like the Executioners only have AP 1 because they have access to the Banner of Hargoneth. Like, they didn't want Executioners being AP 3. So, Executioners, I think, get robbed. Executioners, I think, should be AP 2, but can't buy the banner, in my opinion. The Sword of Ruin, absolutely super keen. Some of the best magic items in the game. They have so many fighty characters with Always Strikes First. Manticore is bad. No, Drew, okay. I don't want to agree with you because I just bought one off eBay for a lot of money. But you're right. The Manticore is only toughness 4. And I think that's an oversight.
That is really bad. I mean, it should at least be at least 5. It's a Manticore.
I agree.
Even in their mythology,
what
they're
happened
famed
here-
for their hard, tough skin.
Let me say what happened here, and I can say this with certainty. They copy and pasted the stats from the Manticore from Warriors of Chaos over the Dark Elves. Warriors of Chaos
Yeah.
characters are toughness 4, plus 1 toughness, making toughness 5. So
Yeah.
every other dragon, for example, a Warrior Chaos dragon, gets plus 1 toughness, making the dragon toughness 6 on a Warrior Chaos. Or on a High Elf or a Dark Elf dragon, it gives them plus 3 toughness, making them toughness 6. It really does feel like a mistake that the Manticore is supposed to be plus 2 toughness, not plus 1. But that's my... That's one of my 2 gripes about the Dark Elves. The Manticore only being toughness 4, and the Corsairs being like useless. I can't figure out any job they want to do.
Hold hands. I mean,
Oh
when you
no, sorry.
think
There
about
is.
it though.
Go ahead. You go first.
You think about it though. Elves are supposed to be a lot less toughness than everything else.
Yeah,
So
but
maybe it isn't a mistake.
it's a large target, so it's going to get shot to death.
That's yeah,
like
but
it's going to die in 2 turns of shooting tops of
isn't
bows.
that one of the only elf things that goes to toughness 4 is when they get that?
No,
Dark Elves?
their Coldwood Riders are toughness 4.
Yeah, but but if they were chaos
Wait a second.
cold ones, they'd be toughness 5.
Murderous is not useless, but it almost is.
Oh, it's what I haven't been able to find a single unit in that entire list that would ever use it.
Your Sorceress.
Shit, you're right. She has it? She has it? Does she really?
When you think about it, it does make sense because everything in Dark Elves is supposed to be weaker when it comes to toughness.
No, for sure. But
if it was
someone just
chaos,
said the chaos. I gotta find the Ravening Hordes book. Here we go.
well, like I said, if it was the chaos knights on cold ones, they'd be toughness 5 because they would be toughness 4, and then the cold ones gave them the +1 toughness.
I really, really, really hope that the Chaos Manticore is not toughness 4. I love that model to death. If it's toughness 4, it is near useless.
Yeah.
Manticore, no plus toughness. Okay, ignore what I said. I was wrong. The Chaos Manticore is also toughness 4. What the ass?
Yeah, there we go. That's how we know now. So when you use it as a mount, it buffs up. It gets the +1 toughness, but it becomes 5 with the rider.
I mean,
right?
I think it's more like supposed to be comparable to like the Royal Hippogriff,
Maybe, yeah.
or not Royal Hippogriff, the Pegasus, the Royal Pegasus. Like it's not a monster really; it's like a half monster, you know.
I mean, does it count as a monster, or does it count as just a mount, like the horses?
Like how many points is it? Like how much is it compared to a Royal Pegasus?
A lot. It's 120 for the. We talk about the Manticore.
Yeah.
Manticore is 120. The Royal Pegasus is I think 60. Pegasus is +1 toughness.
Ooh.
Does it? Okay.
The Royal Pegasus is toughness 5, and the Manticore is toughness 4. Even for a Warrior of Chaos, it's toughness 4. It seems not great. I'm gonna go email somebody and be like, "Hey, I want an errata on the Chaos Manticore."
You need to go yell at your contacts in Games Workshop, Steve.
look at you guys are gonna be sorry you ever gave me your email. Damn. I'm doing it live. I'm doing that live. This one that much.
I don't care. You do what you
Give
do.
me a second to ask some new friends.
Some new friends. I like that.
Well, I got a bunch of emails. I don't want to deal with this right now.
You don't need to read the emails that you're never going to read.
I read the subject titles and I got annoyed. Don't worry. Meant for being bad.
Crap.
Scourge Runner is not great. I don't know if it's bad. It might be bad.
What is Scourge Runner?
It's the chariot. It's the chariot. It's the kit that also makes the Blood Knight. Sorry, the Cold One chariot. The Cold Knight chariot. Cold One Knights are leadership 9, so their stupidity is not that much of a liability. I think the Cold One Knights are pretty solid. I love Blackguard. I like Executioners. I don't really like Executioners actually. I think their core spearmen and Blackguard are all you need for an army. You bring a sorceress on a manticore, a lord on a dragon, and you're laughing.
Sorceress on a manticore, though, Steve. You just said it.
No, sorry. Dark Pegasus. Sorceress on a Dark Pegasus.
There you go. So toughness 5.
My brain and my mouth don't always sync up.
Oh, don't worry. That problem happens to me too.
Empire Pegasus doesn't need it because they're already toughness 4. So there's 2 tiers of Bretonnia and Pegasus Coyote. There's the Pegasus and a Royal Pegasus. The regular Pegasus is the same as the Empire one, effectively. So let's see what everybody says. I keep going to pop up my chat. Start a poll. Dark Elves.
There's also the like.
Oh wait, I didn't even do the chaos one, did I?
Cauldron of Blood, Terror Bomb, all the like crazy stuff they can do.
Yeah, I think Elves are A
tier.
tier.
Chaos?
I strongly believe Dark Elves are A tier. And yeah. I'm willing to concede, like not concede, I'm willing to bet that in the future somebody finds out how to make them S tier, and they're like, oh, we didn't think about these combos, and this is the best way to play. So this is one of the armies that I think could end up being there one day, but to me they sit solidly in A.
Cauldron of Blood Terror.
Did we do the tier list for Chaos?
For Warriors of Chaos?
Yeah, did we do the poll?
It was A tier.
Okay, I don't even remember doing it.
It was a fast one. It was an obvious A, and we just moved on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, because they really don't have broken stuff, especially with the Manticore being only toughness 4 now.
Again, the only things that I've seen that I would think needs addressing would be the vampire count Blood Knight issue, and it's not even the Blood Knights; it's the way they interact
The
with
Necromancers.
Yeah, and then I don't like. I think Indomitable should be removed from a vampire and a Tomb King on a dragon, but not enough that I need to argue for it. I could be wrong about that. My gut says they should not have Indomitable, but Steve, if you're sending an email asking about Dragon Princes, they're 3 points more than Cold Knights and 1 point less than Grail Knights. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're appropriately costed for the High Elves, not for the Dark Elves or the Bretonians, right? You cannot compare point for point for another army. We use that for guidelines, but it's a different. It does different things for different armies.
Yeah.
Like there are different rules. 1 point less than greater.
Like Lizardmen cold ones are, in my opinion, infinitely better.
They have different rules, Nemo. They have different rules. They're not. You compared 3 things that aren't the same. Just because they're cav doesn't mean they should be the same. They have these 3 units you mentioned are wildly different in rules. Oh, the poll. End poll. I actually read all about it. High Elves have plenty of punch. I don't know. Why do you think High Elves have no punch? Explain me your thinking so I can respond accordingly. A tier for the Dark Elves.
Because they don't always hit first now with stupid high initiative.
And they still kind of do, though.
Yeah.
But you're right. I agree.
It is? Yeah.
I'll still have a flying monster in the Phoenix, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, but you could only take the Phoenix as a mount now, I think.
No, you
can still have it without it. Okay, yeah.
So Nemo, I think your thought process right there is why we disagree. I think you think they're the same, and they do vastly different things for the 3 different factions. So like one of them is a faction of all knights. Cold ones they have stupidity, which like should arguably drop their points even more. Now. They're impetuous for the High Elf ones. I hate that rule, but some people like it. I don't know, whatever. I can understand that one. But they have wildly different rules. Like there's dragon armor on the Dragon Princes, which is like a ward save against fire. I can't remember exactly what. But they're actually like it's not just they're all 3 heavy cav with lances. They are all 3 heavy cav with lances. But like they have a better armor save than the Grail Knights. The Grail Knights have a ward save. Like there's so many things that are different. They're not just heavy cav. Brian.
Yeah.
Are we saving Empire or Orcs for last? Is all we got left.
I'd say Empire. Orcs are fun, but they're pretty good with what they have.
Do we want to agree on something last, or do we want to disagree on something last?
I don't think we disagree on Empire. I think we probably agree. But maybe we both think the other one has the opposite thought that we think we do. So let's do Orcs then. We'll just do Orcs then.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me just scroll this to the top. And boom, it's Orc time. All right, let's put A tier and move on.
Yeah, that works for me.
I mean, yeah, honestly.
So they have a rule impetuous across the board. Who cares? They turn it off with Black Orcs. They have Warband across the board. They re-roll their charges. They have Wyverns, not as good as Dragons, but they're drastically cheaper. They got heavy chariots. They have artillery. They have light infantry. They have heavy infantry. They have monstrous infantry. They have an amazing cavalry unit. Light chariots and heavy chariots. Good wizards. They have fanatics. They got bows. They have short bows. They have chariot runners. They got the best monster in the game, the giant. Now, a lot of armies have the giant, but they have the best monster in the game, the giant. What don't they have? If orcs had a dragon proper, I would actually put an army in S tier. Short of that, I believe they belong in A tier. Can anybody
Generally
refute
agree,
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything. A lot of S in chat. So I wonder if we end up with orcs in S tier. Lowish S tier.
They don't have anything that needs to be fixed. Really, they're
There's
just
got to be
good.
something. There's got to be something. Hold on, give me a
No,
second.
I mean maybe the troll trousers don't need to be.
Yeah, true. The troll hide trousers don't need to be common.
That's
A lot of
literally
their-
the only thing that I see that's crazy OP with him.
A lot of their basic core units aren't particularly great, but like you can take Black Orcs in core for some reason. So actually, right? Like one unit, right? Isn't that what it is?
Say it again. One unit, like for every. Say it again.
Black Orcs, you can take like one.
Yeah,
unit
you
in
have to
core.
bring a Black Orc character to bring a Black Orc
Yeah.
unit. And if you're a Black Orc character, you must bring a Black Orc unit. I like that
But
stipulation.
they're core then, right? The Black Orcs.
One unit can be core. One can.
Yeah,
be.
one unit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like their other normal core units can be pretty meh, but like
Yeah.
you have an out if you want, and even then they're like not bad. They're just sort of middling.
Everything greenskins have way too cheap. Well, that's an argument.
That might be fair.
That's an argument. I'm not saying you're wrong. Oh, Savage Orcs don't seem great.
I think you can make it work, but
They can outcav the Empire. They're exceptional. Oh, I don't think that's true. Well, that's a whole separate conversation. You know what? I don't know if we can have any more talk about with orcs. I think we're all. It's just more about
strong A tier because they don't really have anything busted.
I think they're A tier. I think people are gonna put them in. I'm not even gonna put C tier as an option.
The units you want the troll pants for can't take armor anyway, so
I could argue for B tier, but like I don't necessarily disagree with it.
But can you make an argument for C tier? No way, right?
No.
Henry, welcome to the Mountaineers. Without you, I can't do these kind of videos. Appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me from doing a real job. They're great. There's
I wish I was
nothing
able to
wrong
do that.
about them. Well, there is something wrong. Like you have, like the fact that Black Orcs kind of seem mandatory,
Yeah.
but they're worth it, so you want them anyway. So whatever.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
watch. You just haven't done the Savage Orc build yet. Watch them be freaking broke.
I don't see it, but
You
Yeah.
never know. You never know.
fair.
I feel like orcs kind of unfortunately ended up in a similar situation to where they were before, where it's like they have all these options, but then there's like the best one, and that's what like, you're gonna see. You know, right? It's just they've swapped Savage Orcs for Black Orcs.
But,
So-
I mean, honestly, it used to be Black Orcs anyways over Savage Orcs. in
Can
my
I?
opinion.
I need to explain to you guys the plight that I live with. This is a problem I have because I'm very arrogant, right? But I also am aware of it, so it makes me a pretty humble person. One would say the
Yeah,
most humble
okay.
in wargaming.
Okay.
So I right now am genuinely concerned whether I have tainted the opinions of this audience because I've been saying orcs are like the best army since the beginning. So either hold on. Either right away I saw it, the orcs are the best, and I've been saying it the whole time. Even though I've changed my opinion on almost all my first impressions, I just saw it. I saw it right away. Orcs are amazing, and I was right, or I think I was right then. I've been saying it a bunch of times, and now everybody thinks that's the case because we have a clear-cut case of S tier right here for the orcs.
Steve,
Hit
you
me.
and I
There's no way
both
they're
know.
S tier.
No, Steve,
I-
you and I both know Warriors of Chaos are better than Orcs.
No, I don't think that's true.
Yes, they are, and you know it.
I think orcs are better than Warriors of Chaos.
No. Orc Warriors.
No, hold on, Alan.
Are
In a,
way more
game, in a
versatile.
game of grinding out the opponent, the orcs just have more models. They're gonna eventually beat the Warriors of Chaos.
Possibly, but the
Warriors have
Warriors
the
of
initiative
Chaos
advantage
have the initiative and the armor advantage.
Don't matter.
and the attack advantage.
Don't
and the
matter.
attack advantage.
No,
and
no.
the magic advantage.
Only hold on. Only Chosen have the attack advantage, and then
And also the dragon advantage.
the dragon advantage is a thing for sure. But the orcs will have 4 models for every chosen, maybe 5.
Yeah, but the chosen will kill 5 models for every chosen.
No, not happening.
I know, I'm joking, Steve.
I cannot
I
believe.
still think chaos is a little better in my opinion. Because orcs they don't have the.
Okay. You know,
Think of it.
this one's for glass cannon. This is not relevant to everybody. This is just for fun.
I mean, the entire army has impetuous. I don't think you can argue that they're S tier. Like, I don't know.
This is for Alan and Glasskin.
What's for me? I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of a dungeon right now. What's up?
I got another poll going up. Who's better, Warriors of Chaos or Orcs and Goblins?
We're gonna lose.
We've
Warriors of
never
Chaos
had a
are gonna
100%
lose.
vote before.
It's gonna you're not gonna get 100%. But orcs are gonna win because everybody loves you, Steve.
Trust me, there are more people in this chat who hate watching me than are agreeing with me.
Yeah, that's why orcs and goblins are at 72% to 23%.
If you want a good cry every night, just I'll forward you my emails.
No, don't you worry, Steve. I got you. Don't you?
I am a cancer upon this community.
You wait until I get a job and I'm finally able to afford to go to Welling, Ontario, and we play fantasy for the channel, Steve.
You learned me up a good lesson.
And then I use all of your armies because I still won't be able to afford my own. And we have fun.
Oh, hey, you're right, Alan. Warriors won.
No, they didn't. Don't you freaking lie to me. I may be in a dungeon right now, Steve, but I'm not stupid. Well, I may be stupid, but I am not that stupid.
Thank you, Nicholas. All right, Empire. Brian, you're up first.
C tier.
I go C as well. There's a few things that need to be worked.
They're this is actually the army I play, and what else? I have 2 armies.
I won't deny this.
I'm like, I kept being like, am I just being like, biased because they're my army? And
I
every time
love.
went through it, it's like, nah, they just got nothing.
I love how versatile they are, but it's all like, versatility.
Like,
Is it
all of their shooting got nerfed hard.
Yep.
All of their shooting got nerfed hard. They
I
took
will
the
give
warrior
them
priest
they
out
do have
back
the best.
and like buried him with the dogs for some
Yeah,
reason. They're
they
like,
do-
let's get this
Okay,
guy.
They
out
do
of
have
here.
the best artillery next to Chaos Dwarves.
All right, hold on, one at a time.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying. They have the best oh, you're still going. I apologize.
Yeah, the artillery, like all just by the core rules, the artillery all got nerfed, right? So
Yeah.
like it's not that a cannon isn't still like decent sometimes, it just isn't as good. And then you're left there sitting playing Empire, and you're like, okay, but how do I kill the monster? But like for real though, like I know people don't like their monsters getting like shot by cannons, but like what am I supposed to do now?
Okay.
What's my play?
So
And I think like steam tanks and like mass griffins is like would work, but like that's like kind of a niche like list at that point, right?
okay, so I have to explain to you. You have one of them biases that we all have when we talk about our own armies. There's
Fair
a
enough, yeah.
potential here that it's your collection is C tier.
True, but that's true.
So you know what?
I'm not biased, and I say C tier.
I'm going to be objective about this. I'm going to pull open my book, maybe. There it is over here. Let's head over to the Empire. And I want to... Oh, doors are first. I want to just go through a bunch of things. Okay,
Yeah, we
so
did.
everything you said, I agree with.
Fair.
Artillery, I think artillery is fine. I think artillery is back where it should be. It was kind of a...
Aren't they able to take Grand Cannons as Empire? Or
Yeah,
not?
so
Only
D3
4?
plus 1
Yeah,
cannons.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought Grand Cannons were still D6.
Right, so we have
No.
wizards that can basically take every kind of lore with toughness 4, ride a Pegasus. So their wizard's
True.
definitely not a weakness. They have a better than average wizard.
I wouldn't go that far, but
Him,
they have a good wizard.
well, okay, so we have 2 wizards in the game that get to reroll their casting attempts. Those are the best wizards, High Elf and Dark Elf.
Yeah.
The sland.
What is the what do you call it? The arcane thing that I can't remember the name of it. The chariot.
The Luminarch that's gone.
Luminarch.
Oh, those are gone.
They got rid of those.
Yeah, they might be
D tier.
They might be back in Arcane Journal. Okay,
No, D tier, dude.
fair.
Ruined.
So you have other wizards in the game that aren't those two wizards. The other wizards can't get a Pegasus. That's toughness 4. They have magic resistance built in. They don't have access to all these lores. So they're just that alone makes them better than like a Goblin wizard, a Bretonnian wizard, arguably an Ogre wizard. So they're on the better half of the wizards. They get more than the average wizard. They don't get high elf and dark elf stuff, but they're on the better half.
They can buy a Pegasus. And I can't argue that the Pegasus isn't good, but like
The Pegasus has always been good. I'm sorry, but
yeah.
I mean,
See,
look at Balthazar Gelt always rode one, and he was a boss.
And
and I have a Gelt model that I want to run.
Yeah.
And whichever way you want to build your list, you can take the lore you want.
I'm just super not interested in magic.
I can't. Like I said,
in
they're.
general
Oh,
rule,
sorry.
it's not particularly like impactful.
Okay.
In my experience.
I'll make an argument. We all three of us can like weigh in.
Yeah.
Masters of the Nightly Order. It is a little disappointing that the Masters of the Nightly Order can't ride a Griffin. That does mean that your best fighter can't ride the biggest, baddest monster. Now, that's actually a big problem for the game, I think, right now. I think characters on dragons actually might be a big problem for the game at the moment. Not a big problem.
I'm happy that they're more viable now. Like it's a lot easier to take them now, and there's a lot more reason to take them.
The rune
Because it used to
which
be-
isn't better than the elf weapons. Like the top tier, like each of the elf factions has their best magic item, and each of them is like 65 points. And it's most of them are comparable to the rune fang, and the rune fang is 100 for some reason. And I'm like, but we're already worse at fighting.
Yeah.
Why?
Does the rune fang still ignore armor, or no? Or was that something else?
It wounds on a 2+, and it's what is this, like AP2?
That's really good. Even but
It's
yeah, no,
good.
it should
Don't get
be.
me wrong,
It
it's
should
good,
be
but it's
less than
100-point item.
100. That's like all of your points for one character.
It's always been 100 points, and then so they kind of just kept it there, even though like they nerfed it. So it's like
Seems like a nerfing, or a that seems like a re-point distribution.
it auto wounds on a 2+, which is, don't get me wrong, really good,
Yeah.
but it's 100 points, and then it's like the
How many points can you take on most characters you'd put it on?
it also gives strike first, which is not to be
Oh
missed.
well, it might be worth the 100 points then, just for strike first alone.
So
yeah.
I gotta point out. So I mentioned something. High elves once per turn can reroll a field casting roll.
All
Yeah.
high elf?
My dark elf document is also once per turn, but the one that went live is once per game.
Really?
So dark elves are once per game reroll a casting attempt.
Interesting.
Nice.
I wonder if the high elf one will get errated.
I mean, dark elves aren't supposed to be masters of magic anymore, like they used to be when they stayed with the. So I mean, or are they? Am I wrong in the lore?
Well,
Aren't they more martial prowess than magical magic prowess?
Well, I mean, Marathi and her little thing, like Marathi and Malekith are very powerful wizards.
See-
Marathi's just a Japanese chick.
And I know I've come in pretty negative here. I 100% think Empire is totally playable. They're not like some
Oh, yeah, no,
unplayable mess
Mm.
by any means. But if someone's got to be on the bottom, I just really think Empire.
Someone's got to be on the bottom, and I'm all for. I am all for this conversation.
Empire as well. I think Empire's the bottom.
I'm
right
not
now,
willing to
but-
concede that yet, but I will make the case, and we'll let the poll decide. Because Warrior Priests of Sigmar, okay, yep, they're not. They're all. They're whatever.
Isn't it because
garbage.
Sigmar's church hasn't been started yet, or no?
No, it's there, but Sigmar is
just not. It's not as
Yes,
prevalent.
Shield Wall. Thank you. Why don't they have Shield Wall?
That's true. I mean,
But Warrior Priests of Ulrich, come on now.
yeah, a warrior priest to Ulrich. Yeah,
Come
I
on,
like that.
multiple wounds
Leadership
too.
7.
Tell me.
Leadership 7.
No, you take a high. There's no reason not to take a high. Leadership 8.
Leadership 8.
or just always keep them with your general,
Leadership 8,
ten.
and you're dropping monsters with your knights.
Yeah. Yeah. Man. I don't know, man.
Wait a second. Would the Wrath of the Winter apply to shooting attacks? Until the
What is
start.
Wrath of the Winter?
So you do leadership tech. You pick a buff. Wrath of the Winter is until your next starter turn subphase. This model, its mount, and any unit it has joined gains a multiple wounds 2 special rule.
You have to go read. Does the multiple wounds special rule confer to your
I'm
weapons?
gonna go
Because I
find
don't
the
know that
rule
it
book.
does. Yeah. If it does, then yeah, totally.
Multiple wounds. Yeah, it works. So, Priest of Ulrich seems pretty good. Who's next? Engineers, whatever. I get it. Don't love them, don't hate them. Demigryphs, I think, are solid, but you already mentioned that. Okay, your basic state troop is 5 points for leadership 7, weapon skill 3, blah, blah, blah. Buy spears, stay cheap. You can buy drilled for 1. Sorry, veterans can buy drilled, so not forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very cheap infantry. Basic grinding out infantry. What they need is a good tough infantry, and they got 2. But we'll talk about how good they are. So 1 is the Empire Greatsword. 11 points of model, you have weapon skill 4, leadership 8. You're in full plate armor, and you have a great weapon. 11 points of model, it's a stubborn unit. That does seem like a steal.
But stubborn isn't as good as it used to be.
For sure.
Yeah.
But you're 11
it's a
points of
sort
model
of-
for 4 up armor and a great weapon.
Yeah, but like, I'd rather have an elf spearman, honestly, 100%. I'm not saying I don't also like great swords, like they do fine, but like I think like there are core units in this game that are around that same point cost that I would rather take.
You are right about that. You actually are right. I was thinking about like a dwarf warrior with a great weapon.
Mhm.
It's just better.
Same point. Yeah, same point. Actually, less. I think he's like 10, right, or 9. Even?
He might be 10.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I like the greatsword, but maybe it is a little overcosted. Flagellants, unbreakable, flails. 13 points of model.
Weapon skill 2, right?
3.
3. Okay.
Unbreakable.
13 points of model.
Fair point.
Yeah.
All right, pistoliers.
Aren't they terrible now? Like, didn't you say they're the worst?
I hate them. They're my
Should,
least
yeah.
favorite unit in the entire game. I hate them. I love the
Outriders
models.
are great, but yeah.
Outriders are great.
I still think pistoliers are usable, but like
They're
I'm,
just
like,
a
putting
good.
them in
I mean, how much
marching
do they cost?
column and,
How much are pistoliers joined?
16. 16.
16?
per guy.
They're
Yeah.
cheap chap that can shoot.
And when you're forced to charge, they can sometimes surprise you because they've got 2 attacks per guy and the horse. It's like 3 attacks per guy.
I'm trying
They
to
can
argue.
come in and surprise.
Impetuous. I'm trying to argue at a C tier, and we're having the exact opposite. No, I hate these guys. They're the worst.
Yeah, but I mean, you think about it. 16 points a model. You usually take 5 at a time, right? You don't usually take any command. They're just there to shoot at something and then let them charge them to redirect it.
You could
it raises them up a tier.
Yeah, no, it doesn't raise them up a tier. I'm just saying they're not as bad as you think, Steve.
Yeah.
No, they are. You can get me to turn around on Wild Riders. There's the pistoliers are worse than I'm saying they are.
What is the most
everything you
Empire
need
has?
them to do? Everything you need them to do. 50-50, they throw a wrench in your plans.
True.
Every turn.
That's
the fact that
How
there's
does them missing shooting but still getting charged to redirect to a different place throw a wrench in your plan?
I can't. I'm moving on. Pistoliers.
Okay, we'll move on.
Tier.
I don't want to. We don't need that.
I'm putting D tier in the poll because of Pistoliers.
It's fine.
Okay, Outriders solid. Okay, Empire Knights. Can they buy full plate? No. So
No.
3 up armor with lances.
This might be a personal thing because like I've actually never run Inner Circle Knights. I've always been like, I'm like, no, regular knights. I don't know why. It's just a stubborn thing. But like they keep like piling it on. You know, it's like, why do you hate regular knights so much?
Okay,
and
these
want
regular
everyone
knights
to
are
take
only
control?
21 points a model, and they have
True.
counter charge and first charge. That's
And
not
they're
overly
four, yeah.
common, and that's not overly common. I think you can make a pure Cav Empire list that could do very well, in my honest opinion. I'm more interested in Empire Knights than their
But-
infantry.
But I feel like there's a lot of other armies that could also do that better.
Who? I don't think that's true. I think
Well, obviously
Bretonnia is the
Bretonnia,
only
but
one
putting
that
them aside, High Elves.
I don't think so.
Silverhelms,
I don't think so.
Silverhelms, and really, why?
More expensive. Better movement, but you're not having you have no units outside of a dragon to support them. So dragon princes I don't like because of impetuous. So the silver helms are going to be everything you have, whereas they're very similar to the Empire Knights, who can be supported by inner circle knights, demigriffs, griffins. Well, I guess Empire High is going to be supported by griffins, but Reaver Knights aren't enough to support silver helms. I don't think a High Elf pure mountain list will work, or I think an Empire one could work. Could, I'm not saying will.
Great Eagles, Phoenixes, like just more Cav Reavers. You know, you got to get some Reavers up in there. That basically
you're gonna get. It's an interesting experiment. Maybe we should play a game of Empire Cav versus High Elf Cav. Well, High Elf mounted.
Well, the High Elf Cav would outrange them.
Yes, but the Empire
yeah.
will probably have 50% to 100% more models on the table. That's probably exaggeration, but
yeah.
But they'd have probably a big chunk more models on the table in them, right?
Whichever side gets the charge is gonna win, right? And it doesn't
Depends on how strong they are on the charge.
Yeah, true. But like, I just feel like if you got Cavs staring each other down, whoever charges is like gonna be sitting pretty.
Well, hold on. Do silver helms have counter charge? If not, Empire wins that fight.
Fair point.
Okay, so inner circle knights are 8 points more model for +1 leadership, +1 strength, +1 armor save. They gained drilled, great. They gain veteran, great. Yeah, so inner circle knights are just better for the points for sure, but they're not core.
Unique. Don't forget their unique special rule down at the bottom. That's
reroll hits 1. I never noticed that.
Yep.
That's solid.
I feel like there's no point unless you were running that full Cav list, which I mean I don't know how many people have the models to do that, but if you do, great. Like your one unit of knights that you normally bring is always going to be inner circle, which hey, they're a good Cav.
I could do it. I have 22 knights, 8 demigriffs, 15 pistoliers, outriders. I could do it. I'll make the list and try it out soon.
I've got 15 knights and 6 demigriffs, so I could probably do it, kind of.
Ice Wolf, we don't know the answer to that question. My gut says no, but Games Workshop's gonna FAQ it. Demigriff Knights, okay, they're solid. We can move on from them. The War Altar of Sigmar, yeah, I'm not. It's just
nope.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a heavy chariot.
Yeah, you can't, and it's got a lot of wounds. Ultimately, when you got the lector up there.
If you want to not bring a wizard, it's not terrible. Steam Tank, amazing. The only thing that's keeping this thing from being busted overpowered is 265 points. So you can't bring 2.
Yeah, it's filling your entire rare slot.
Yeah.
Steam Tank is awesome. A great cannon, not bad this edition.
But it's worse than it used to be. That's the thing. And
but it needed to be
worse
worse than it used to be. It needed to be
did
worse.
The Empire one need to be worse than
yes.
No.
Like
yes. Yes.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but just I don't like how do Empire kill monsters?
So
like
cannons are a different thing this edition.
Albert.
You're going to use it to thin down enemy infantry like it should have been. You're going to kill enemy cav, you're going to kill enemy monstrous whatever, ogres, enemy demigriffs. It still can do that job well. Now, it's not going to one-shot a monster, thus allowing us to bring monsters in the game. The game needed this cannon change for monsters to exist. And yes, Empire. Well, no, Empire has just as many options of dealing with monsters. As anybody. So we had when we were at Warhammer World, our big event, we had Pistoliers shoot down a Chimera. Just strength 4, like weighted dice.
Yeah, a lot of monsters are only toughness 5. There aren't as many that are toughness
Yeah.
6. As
Yeah,
usually
pretty much only
realize
dragons are
it's
toughness 6,
but-
and weird
but,
older things.
like,
Well, I
all
mean,
the
nothing's
Empire-
ever. Very rarely is anything 7 of anything. Which, I mean, the best toughness in the game now is pretty much 6.
Yep.
You almost
Well,
never see
no,
7.
the steam tank is 7.
Well, it's because it's steel. I can see that.
all
But
of
like,
the Empire,
shouldn't a great unclean one be toughness 7 when you think about it?
I think he is.
Oh, he is. Okay, then never mind. I was wrong.
I don't know. But like,
That's-
isn't all of the Empire like range like list skill like shooting based weapons like crossbows and handguns just got nerfed so hard?
Yeah, all shooting got
And-
nerfed though.
Yeah, but like
Even
so
bow.
all shooting got nerfed because you can't fire the second rank anymore. Awesome.
Which is dumb in my opinion.
Well,
But bows still have volley fire, so really
Yeah.
they only lost like I don't know 2 or 3 shots out of that second rank,
So,
depending on how you're running it.
I-
You know, right?
So what you're saying, I think, is a roundabout true, but
Yeah.
only in 8th edition could you fire in 2 ranks,
Right,
and
yeah.
shooting was worthless in 8th edition because units were one big massive horde. You never did enough damage to do anything. Shooting is definitely more powerful in the old world than it was in 8th edition, comparatively so, because now you can chip off a rank. When you start seeing people, all my units are switching to 7x3 or 6x4 kind of formations. So shooting is going to be more effective against me going forward, but I still don't expect to see a lot of shooting in the game because you're better off fighting. You're better off fighting. So you're not posturing as much. You don't have as many rounds of shooting as you had in the past. You're getting into combat and you want to grind. So shooting it is technically better than 8, but also technically worse with that kind of mindset. Because I will agree with that. But
I mean, yeah.
no, but
I was just say the stand and shoot counting for combat res, like is huge, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking about.
Yep.
Like
That is
throwing
really
a brace
good.
of pistols on like my captains and stuff.
I think that's more of a buff for dwarves than anybody else because most other shooters
Yeah.
are going to lose combat anyway. But
Exactly.
What elves?
uh,
Definitely not
Yeah.
Seaguard.
But the ultimately what it comes like, you know, and that might be true like gameplay wise. I just meant like the actual like characteristics for a crossbow and handgun. Like a crossbow used to be strength 4 AP1 effectively. Now it's strength 4 armor bane 2, which is not as good. And then the
yeah.
handgun is AP1 instead of AP2. It's AP1 armor bane 1 instead of just AP2. So like
But
Yeah,
armor across the board is dropped. Armor across the board is dropped. These things
On
are just
heavy-
as effective against knights as they
on
were before.
heavy cavalry it dropped. Across the board it didn't drop. Like heavy armor and shield is still heavy armor and shield. That didn't change.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I guess maybe my statement isn't accurate.
Like 1+ saves are gone, and you're
Okay.
100% correct.
So
About
the target that you typically shot at before had their armor save reduced. I'm trying to save my argument, but yeah, I can see yours.
Yeah.
All right, let's
and that's true.
let's scan some magic items, see if we can pull this back because you're starting to convince me, and I'm not happy about that. So the Rune Fang is a 100-point magic item that's just wounds on a 2+. It strikes first in AP2. Problem is, the guys who hold it aren't great.
They don't
Yeah.
really it doesn't give any strength or anything like that. It's just
It
because you
wounds on
always
two.
wounds on 2s. You don't
Yeah.
need strength. That's right. I
It
apologize.
used to just always wound. If you hit, it would just
Yeah,
wound.
you hit, you wound.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I'm kind of glad they nerfed that.
It
The
was
mace
100-point sword that a general had to carry. It was
the Mace of Hellstrom does work with illusion magic, so you can get 2d6 strength 10 hits, AP 5d6 damage.
Not
It is
bad
a
at all.
It is a weapon profile.
That's-
if your wizard survives long enough to do it, yes.
Right. You would
Yeah.
never gonna try for that combo because you can't afford the mace and the lore for focus or whatever. But yeah, no.
I could see putting a wizard on an Imperial Griffin and going ham, but
Yeah.
So the Sword
Man.
of Justice is another version of the giant blade, and I think this one's slightly better because reroll to wound.
Just
But maybe not. But maybe not. Dragon Bow, I'm not overly impressed or unimpressed with. I don't care about our magic armors or talismans. Are they okay? The banners though, the Griffin standard's
Got
pretty
some good
solid.
banners. Got some good banners.
Banners are okay. Enchanted items. Oh, the Laurels of Victory is actually phenomenal.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that one.
But-
What did you do again?
But
Refresh
every
me.
unit in the game is effectively stubborn, so maybe phenomenal is not a fair word to describe it. They're gonna win combat, but they're probably just gonna push back a couple of feet.
Yeah.
Jeez, I don't want to agree with you, but maybe you convinced me.
Yeah.
All right, I was going back to check the chat and see if there's anything happening over here. All right,
I
chat.
see low D.
They could definitely build good lists, but they'd just be like skew heavy. You know,
Yeah, you-
right? Like you take a bunch of this thing, or you take multiples of this thing. Like,
You
know.
have to skew heavy into them.
The
for
laurels,
win.
the
Yeah.
laurels do work on your mount. Okay, so are we saying that Empire? What I'm trying to gather here is Empire, whatever they do, a different faction can do it better.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you think about it, that's how mankind has always been. That's the
Yeah.
versatility
True,
of mankind.
true,
They can
but
do everything.
If you remember a lot of my
Just
arguments about other armies, so Empire's always been the army that can play every play style, right?
yeah,
but
Yeah.
still
Now
is.
Orcs can, Bretonnia can, Warriors of Chaos
True,
can,
Yeah.
High Elves can, Dark Elves can.
Well, when you think about it, Bretonnia should be able to do it as well because they're humans as well.
More subpar units than great units. Yeah, damn it, I don't want to agree.
That's humanity in a nutshell. They are more subpar than like higher. They don't.
mean-
They're jack of all trade, master of none.
They even took away their unique thing, the detachment rule, and just made it something like everyone can do. And,
Yeah.
like
True.
lesser degree than them. Like Empire still, like all of their state troops have it. So like if they really want to do it, they can do it a lot. But
Pulls
They
up
turned
everybody.
Every army into empire.
when everyone's on a bigger base, it's so much harder to make that
Yeah.
work. See, I ran like lots of state troops and did a lot of like countercharging, and dude, you just don't have the space. You're like, okay, I have my like 5-point guys, and I have like actually 100 of them in all their different units, and they're trying to support each other, and they're just stuck on each other, you know, right? And you're like, okay, this isn't working out the way I thought it would, you know. But it could still work. You just have to be more selective, you know, like, hey, I have this unit that's a detachment for this unit, and it's gonna countercharge it, and like that's it.
Did-
I'm not gonna have like a
did
bunch
you-
of little detachments all over the place.
Brian, did you play WAP?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're coming off of Empire never being stronger than any edition than they were in WAP.
True. Yeah.
Like
that
they
is a
were,
fair
they
point.
were crazy overpowered in WAP. They needed to be toned down, and they never got hit. To this, no, they did. The countercharge in WAP was game breakingly overpowered.
Well, technically,
hasn't
they haven't.
changed.
They
How do you-
didn't get
like, how-
toned down until now because WAP technically isn't a Games Workshop faction.
No, but it honestly it almost is.
Oh,
Like
now, yeah.
like the old world seems like a closer successor to WAP than does 8th edition.
Yeah, it really does. But
Right?
I could see that. Yeah.
they I don't know, man. I mean, I did really good with Empire and Armies Project, but like
Well, yeah, it's because
The
Empire was
countercharge.
broke.
I don't broken. Like
Yeah.
what was so broken about countercharge?
Countercharge was game breakingly overpowered.
Makes
What's changed that makes it not? Is it still
because
broken?
everybody could
Because
do it now.
everybody could do it. It didn't matter how big you were. So you could all you do is line your guys up on a line, and no matter who
True.
you had to fight Empire 1-for-1, or you lose the fight because you get
Yeah.
charged in your flank, and you lose that fight. Every time you charged Empire, if you didn't have, and they had cheap models, they had more units than you.
Or
The only people that could fight Empire was undead with 1 unit to 1 unit charging all at the same time, or else every unit in the game lost to them from being flanked.
I agree with said.
Yeah,
Pronunciation.
countercharge. Like I refuse to do it in any of the games I played because I explained how crazy overpowered it was. It does not belong in the game. I think Empire were a solid army in WAP without that countercharge rule. But I
If
think that countercharge
anybody
rule was
needed
busted.
countercharge in WAP, it was Bretonnia.
No, that would also been overpowered.
But it makes sense with Bretonians because they are the cavalry.
Come on, Brian, see the light. I think you know I'm right. We've agreed on everything.
I still think.
Yeah. I thought Bretonnia was really good in army.
Oh no, Bretonnia was crazy overpowered
Yeah.
when they had their first before the charge thing got their lance and their charge thing got changed, but they got toned down to where they should be. They were busted overpowered too.
I almost felt like it was a buff. I mean, it nerfed Grail Knights 100%, but I think like it
And
was
that
a
needed to be
buff to like Knights of the Realm, because now they could charge into a brick of infantry and just break it and just run it down. It didn't matter that they didn't have as many attacks as before, because they were just going to wipe you out.
Yeah, but
now all of a sudden they're charging in with like 40 unit strength, and then you're no longer steadfast, and they
they needed good things as well, right? Like they couldn't have just terrible.
True.
Like you have to have good. Like armies deserve good rules as long as your opponent can play into them. You know what's happening here? B tier is winning on this poll, not by much. I suspect there are a lot of people who are voting right now, not considering them in the old world and considering them from other editions like WAP. I bet you
talking about it.
I know. I bet you all these votes for B tier are people who played. All right, I'm going to end this poll. I'm going to do it again. Start a poll. Empire in the old world, not WAP. We're gonna do this again, everybody. We're talking about Empire in the old world, not WAP.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's
vote again.
People put them on B tier even after the convincing argument that
they were busted overpowered in WAP, my dude.
Yeah. I don't know.
In WAP? I watched.
They were
Poland play
really
them.
good. They were really, really good. I'm not like it's like we're arguing between like S, like double S plus and S.
Right.
Like I don't know.
I like to exaggerate my opinions. Like they weren't busted overpowered, but that rule was too strong. It was one rule. It was only one rule. Their countercharge was a problem.
I mean, let's also remember this. Colin played them, and he had fun. Colin's not supposed to have fun when he plays fantasy.
Colin won a bunch of games with Empire in WAP.
Yeah. That's not supposed to. Even when he misfired, he won games.
You guys see what's happening to the poll when I stipulate we're talking about the old world?
We're talking about the old world, not WAP right now.
People got the hint. They were like,
old world is C tier.
Now here's the thing.
Good.
Now, guys, did I influence the second vote, or did I remind them not to think about previous editions?
You remind them.
Did I browbeat them into voting C tier, or did I remind them not to vote for previous editions?
I'm angry. There's no D.
Well, the last poll, those two or the two that were like vying with each other.
I mean, I don't know. It always just comes. My last point for the like armies project is like you got to remember that like Empire infantry is pretty much always like the worst.
Yeah.
Until you buff the crap out of it.
What?
Like, even if you until you buff the crap out of it. Until you buff
them.
the crap out of it. I'm saying like in a fight when we're actually like swinging at each other.
That's why Empire magic is really, really good.
That's why you got the magic and the warrior priests and everything. And so like when you just have these like basic like halberdiers and spearmen,
They
and stuff,
start off crap.
like it's not like you're getting flanked by like a super elite unit that's gonna like cut you down. You're getting flanked by like spearmen, right? Or like pikemen or whatever, whatever it is. So
there aren't pikemen, sadly. Pikes are awesome.
This is armies project.
Steve thinks he hates spears models. Wait till he sees pike models, where it's a spear that's 6 times the length of a normal spear.
Yeah, they were great.
Okay, here it is, everybody.
They were amazing.
Now they're gone.
You gotta think for yourselves and think about only the old world.
Steve, C tier.
I just
You're not winning this. D tier.
No,
Oh,
no, I
D?
just,
would D tier.
I generally, I'm trying to bring arguments to the table, but like, I don't want to browbeat the thing. Like, I want them to be B tier, but I now believe they're C tier.
Well, now B tier is gonna win because all the people that voted for D tier aren't voting for C tier.
Exactly.
Oh God, why can't
Okay, like what were
Because-
the other ones we put in B tier?
Okay,
Like,
other ones in B tier?
We had
Yeah. What else was B
Tomb
tier?
Kings.
Isles, Tomb
and High
Kings,
Elves.
and Skaven,
Skaven. I
and
mean,
then Lizardmen straddled the line.
Yeah.
I feel like all of them have more. Like I feel like those 3 armies we just listed have more going on than Empire.
Oh yeah,
I
way
feel-
more going on.
I feel if I had to go to a tournament, and I could only bring Isles or Empire, I'll take Empire.
I mean,
If I have to go to a tournament, Empire or Skaven, I'll bring Skaven. Lizardmen or Empire, I'll bring Lizardmen all day long. Tomb Kings, I'd rather bring Tomb Kings than Empire, I think. But I'm biased against Isles. I don't like the way they.
Yeah, I know.
I'm biased.
Isles have a dragon, my guy.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're
I
right.
mean,
No, you're right. You're right.
Doesn't Empire technically have a dragon too, or did they take that away from Empire?
They don't. They don't.
They got rid of the dragon for
It was
Empire.
Cole Franz's pet. That was the only one who could take it.
I thought it was
So
only
there's-
emperors could take dragons, or like high-ranking people.
There is an Imperial Dragon in the what B tier. All right, one more time. I'm kidding. All right, so I'll say this though. I'm gonna put Empire on here, but we can't ignore the fact that Empire clearly got the most votes for C tier over anything else.
Yeah. Because I went D tier at the end of that.
You went D tier.
I mean, that's just because I went C tier the vote before that one because there was no D tier.
I mean, if you add up B tier and A tier and C tier and D tier, the lower tier has more.
Yeah.
Barely, but they do.
Okay, so we have Orcs and Goblins and Chaos Dwarves in S tier. Do we still feel confident about that?
Yes. Chaos Dwarfs for
Reasonably.
sure. Orcs and Goblins, I'm like high A tier, maybe S.
Ben, welcome
I
on
would-
yours, bud. Appreciate you. Can't do it, don't you?
I don't think the orcs are S tier, but like
I
if
don't
we
think
were gonna
Orcs
put
are
a-
S tier either, because
If we were gonna put a second one in there, that's
Yeah.
reasonable.
I would put Orcs in S tier if they had a proper dragon. I actually would.
that if they had because they only have the Wyvern. If they had a proper dragon, and they were able to take maybe like one more
Now-
different type of magic, yes.
Did we put Chaos Dwarfs in S tier because the one showing of last week?
No, it's because they're freaking
Their armies
really
are
good cap.
their armies
really
are going to
good
be
units.
really small armies.
It doesn't matter. They're really small armies are some of the best units in the game.
I mean, you could bulk it out with goblins.
They don't
you
even
wanted
need.
to.
Steve, let's just put it this way: they're a faction that's in S tier that doesn't have a dragon.
Yeah, that's true. If they had a dragon, okay,
If they had a dragon, they would be SS tier.
They're dwarves plus. Like they're
they are
just
Dwarves
but-
plus. They are Dwarves
And
plus.
we've already put dwarves in A tier. So
But
you
they
know,
don't have
right,
they don't have an Anvil of Doom or a Gyrocopter.
Yeah,
But
they
they have a
have
wizard.
giant flaming bulls and wizards and demons, Steve.
Fair point. Okay.
Also, some of the best magic items in the game.
We just talked about our potential C tier to Death Empire. Let's talk about our bottom tier, the B tier, the bottom tier. We got High Elves, Tomb Kings, Skaven, and potentially Lizardmen. Are we comfortable with our bottom tier?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
This is insane.
I have no qualms with it. I like
I
how
wanna move-
sad you are with agreeing with that, Steve.
I wanna move some down from A tier. That's what I want to do.
Okay, you know what? Let's do that. I'm gonna make another note here. Brian's list.
But my list. I get a list.
You get a list. I'm gonna tell everybody when I make the
Brian.
video. If you don't agree with me, Brian convinced me. It's all on him.
Okay.
It's all
Fair.
Brian's
Alright.
fault.
So in A tier, we got Beastmen, Dwarves, Wood Elves, Bretonnia, Vampire Counts, Demons, Ogres, Warriors of Chaos, and Dark Elves. I want to take half of them out of there. You know what? Hold on. Before you say anything, Brian, I'm going to write down the ones I want to take out. So I want to
Okay.
take out. I want to take
You wanna-
out
Out of what? B
out
tier
of,
or
out, of,
out
out,
of
of, out of A tier.
out of
Just
A
move
tier?
down to D tier.
Do I want to keep them in? This last one I'm a little bit iffy on, but all right, I want to take 4 out. What do you want to take out, Brian?
Okay. I would want to take out dwarves, the ogres, and we already moved lizardmen down, right? 'Cause I
Yeah,
know
they're in
on the
B.
line, we're not considering them down. Okay. And then warriors of chaos. Yeah, those would be the 3.
Okay, so I had 4 on my list. 2 of them I agreed with. I want to take ogres and warriors out of A tier, put them in B tier.
No,
Okay.
warriors need to stay in A. Ogres, yes, can go to B. Warriors are just too strong right now.
I don't think so. I think people are, in my opinion, people are talking about this dragon character, and they think it's the end all be all for chaos.
The dragon has nothing to do with it. It's their core infantry, flails, and a demon prince that make it A tier.
The demon prince and a dragon character for me is why we vied for A tier.
I have no reason for the dragon. The dragon's nice and all, but I'd rather
So
a more mobile or keeping him with a block of other things just so he can keep buffing those
okay,
warriors
so
up.
actually, Alan, you got me thinking about something. So I'm gonna make this list a little bit bigger. If we divide the game into 3 sections, top tier, mid tier, and bottom tier. How many factions are there? 16?
Think so? Give or take.
So the rule is no tier can have more than 5 factions. One of them gets to argue for the 6th. So if only 5 can be in the top, are warriors going to make your top 5?
Yes. On mine, yes.
Okay, so who are your top 5? Who are your top 5?
Warriors, demons. Warriors, demons, Chaos Dwarves for sure. And then the other 2 would
Orcs?
be possibly Orcs would be in top just because they have a lot of fun. I'm also, and they're also Black Orcs are strong.
So I was going to. I also want to take.
And then my last one would probably be definitely not High Elves because they're low tier for me.
So I want to take demons out of there as well. So I'm not putting demons in my top 5.
I would put Slanesh and Khorne demons in the top 5, but oh no, Slanesh and Nurgle, not Khorne. Sorry. You got to remember those are different. Technically, demons are 4 factions in one. I'm sorry.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fill the bottom tier up because it's easy. Unless we change this up. So bottom tier we have Empire, Lizardmen.
No, Lizardmen would be mid tier for me.
Well, they almost got B tier.
Yeah, I know, but didn't we say B tier was like they don't have any problems? They're just good.
Well, no, bottom tier is actually really good in this game. Bottom tier doesn't mean bad. But we're dividing these into 3 tiers.
They're just like the least strong is what we're saying with bottom tier.
And it would be Empire, Tomb Kings,
Tomb King,
High Elves, and Lizardmen, based off.
I guess, yeah. Technically, yes.
So High Elves, Empire, Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, and Skaven are in our bottom tier. So we got a lot of top tier. We got too much top tier. So easy. We're gonna put in Chaos Dwarves in top tier.
Chaos Dwarves in top for sure.
We're putting Orcs. We're putting Orcs up there too, right?
Orcs, yeah. Nurgle and Slanesh. Because of Nurgle and Slanesh.
Hold on. Hold on. Before we get to the demon conversation, Beastmen. We haven't talked about them in quite a bit. We started off with them.
I'd say Beastmen would be mid to high. I'm not 100% sure yet. I'd say really close to being high tier, just because. Those banners they have, their speed, the magic banners they have are just so good.
They don't really quite have the staying power you'd expect. Like, they are
Yeah.
a little squishy. Like, they don't have really much armor or anything.
They are probably the ultimate hit and run army. If you get those good hit and runs at A tier or top tier, you don't get the good hit and runs mid tier.
That has not been my experience. I think they're low value toughness, like toughness 4 is low for them. I mean, Ungors are only toughness, whatever, but I think they stay fine. But the problem is
they're Empire but stronger.
No, they're not actually. They're a lot faster, a lot tougher, and they're a lot cheaper. They end up having more attacks per points than most armies. I think
they're Empire but better. Is it just with less war machines?
They have no war. Well, they have Sigro war machines. They have a lot of monsters. They have skirmishing fighters, good magic minotaurs. I think Beastmen belong in S tier. If they had a dragon,
I think they're very
technically. Don't they get to take Chaos Dragon?
Was that Brian?
They're very similar to Wood Elves in a lot of ways. I think.
Yeah.
Just like Wood Elves would have more shooting and they'd have more melee.
I think Beastmen are far more forgiving. Beastmen, you can just aim them and send them.
Sure.
Wood Elves, you have to be.
I'm assuming like a similar level of combat.
Yeah, like Beastmen are close to top tier, but in mid tier. Like they're up there.
Okay.
But there's a little bit making it to where they're not up there.
So Alan, don't answer right away. Beastmen are definitely not C tier, my dude. Alan, don't answer right away. Give me the one army you want to put into the top tier, and then Brian, what would be one army?
Chaos Dwarves for sure. Chaos.
No, sorry. Chaos Dwarves and Orcs. Everybody agrees on.
So okay. One for sure. Chaos Warriors for me.
Okay.
I from everything I've read about them, everything I've done about it, and it has nothing to do with the dragon. The dragon's just a bonus. Their core is really strong. Their elite is really strong. They have a lot of options with really strong magic. You get some good on it. Their cavalry can be really strong if you have certain things with them right.
I'm hearing you. All right, Brian, what's yours?
It's just good all around. And it's chaos. I can't say no to chaos. I'm sorry.
I want to say, Wood Elves.
Okay, I
thought I
already put that in there. I thought you were gonna say that.
Yeah, I Dark Elves are like, I didn't know, right?
I love Wood Elves in this one. I love them.
Yeah.
If they made it to where you don't have to take the guard, their core unit one, you have to have that one as core, they'd be freaking amazing.
Yeah, even then, that's like 55 points.
I know. I mean, it's just 55 points of a 5-man unit. If they made it to where you didn't have to do that, they'd be up there. But like, even with it, they're still good. Because I would just take 2 big blocks of Eternal Guard with bows and good weapons, and you're gonna hold the line with those Eternal Guard where everything else just hits from the side.
Yeah. Eternal Guard are just really good. There's no doubt about it.
They're the Glade Guard, but better. That's literally what they are.
Well, I mean, they're a melee unit.
No, they're the same. The Glade Guard and the Eternal Guard have the exact same stats, except the Eternal Guard have 1 more weapon skill.
And their leadership 9.
Yeah, and better leadership, yes. But
they
same
have a
points.
Spear and a shield and a light armor.
Same points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we talk about real quick Dwarves for 2 seconds?
We did.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, they're still top tier, right? Like,
leadership Dwarves are really high top tier. I personally don't like them because they aren't as tanky as they used to be.
I heard the sigh of thought.
I think they're too dependent on shooting, and I don't think shooting.
I disagree. I think hammerers, longbeards, great weapon warriors. And
how did longbeards not become core unless you take a certain unit?
And 100% right there with you. Those are all amazing, like just like beyond like amazing infantry units that will never get to charge in if your opponent doesn't know.
Hold on. You said something that I think you're right, but makes you wrong. You're right. They are going to charge. They're going to push they're going to get charged first. They're going to get charged first. They're going to push the opponent back, maybe restrain, and then charge in themselves. But this game is not about one. In every other edition of Warhammer Fantasy, you get charged, you probably break and flee, you get wiped out. Sometimes you hold off for sometimes you hold off for one more round of combat, but in this edition, it's all about prolonged combat, and Dwarves do it better than everybody else. Not hugely better.
I won't disagree with you on that. The only unit I've seen that made a charge and broke a unit was Wild Riders into Archers.
And I 100% agree with that, but I do think, like, I think stuff can get boxed out easier than, like, maybe you're giving credit to, because even if you fall back in good order, like, you still just get charged again. So, like, the situation hasn't changed. You're just about to fight them again on, like, your opponent's turn.
Yes,
So, right,
I
like,
agree.
Cavalry come in and they don't break something entirely, sure, but they're still just charging it again.
Yeah.
And so it's gonna
Right.
be
So that's why I think it's got to be a balanced list. You have some shooting to deal with enemy cav. You have your gyros to deal with their chaff dealing things,
Their
and
gyros to deal
you
with
just hold the
everything.
line.
Yeah, I mean that's. But sorry.
that will work sometimes, but I don't think it'll work every time. And you know, right? It's like
I got a
Then
question
I
for
definitely
this one.
think they'd be like on the line between the two.
I
You
mean,
know?
don't get me wrong. That feels super dwarfy, but I
Yeah.
still doesn't think that makes them top tier. Just
Okay,
for being
so once again, I'm gonna answer a question from sudden. Stupid question: if an opponent gives ground and you follow up, this counts. It doesn't count as a charge. It does not. So no initiative bonus. Correct. Okay,
Yep.
so which 5 armies do you want to put in top tier? I've already made the list. I've already written it down, but I'm curious if we agree. So, actually, whoever wants to say their 5 first, go ahead.
I'll let him go first. His turn to go first.
Oh, I was totally ready for this. All right, so I will go ahead and do. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think I know. I'm gonna do Chaos Dwarfs, Orcs, obviously. I'll throw Beastmen in there. I don't know enough about them, but you've convinced me. I think that's a very fair point. And then Wood Elves and Dark Elves.
Dark Elves. Oh shoot.
You already know mine, Steve.
Okay, do it, Alan.
Warriors of Chaos. They're just too versatile and good. They're Empire, but better in my opinion. But way better.
That's his one?
Definitely Dwarfs. Definitely Orcs. I gotta go with him on the not what was it? His last 2 was Wood Elves and Dark Elves.
Yeah.
Then what else was it that you said? It was that I didn't say. Can't remember. I got hit in the head. My mind went blank.
Beastmen.
Beastmen. Yeah, I like the Beastmen a lot. And then I'd put. Oh wait, what'd you say?
Yeah.
So I got Warriors of Chaos, Dwarfs, Orcs and Goblins, Beastmen, and I still think Demons because they're gonna be really good.
I can't put demons up top tier.
I know you can't, but this is me.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so you got me slightly thinking that maybe I can pull. So my top 5, we're gonna be Chaos Dwarves, Orcs and Goblins, Beastmen, Wood Elves, and Dwarves. Now I was starting to waver for a second and say maybe I should pull Dwarves out and put in Dark Elves. But I really what I want to pull Wood Elves out and put Dark Elves in.
I mean, that's
I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds like a confident thing.
And this all the way back to when we were talking about Wood Elves initially. It's like War Dancers, in my opinion, are the best unit in the game. And so there's a decent amount of War Dancers holding them up because they're insane.
Yeah.
But they got a lot of other good stuff too, like we've talked about Eternal Guard.
The Eternal Guard are probably one
Wildwood
of
Rangers,
the best war
Sisters
units
of
I've
the
seen.
Thorn, all the trees, like the Treemen and the Treekin. You know, it's like I don't know. They don't really have like one core like army philosophy. They have all these different units that kind of do different things, and they're all like really good at their one thing. So
And
it's like
we also haven't
weird
seen
getting
a
all of that to
tree
come together.
people
You know?
army yet.
But they're not
Yeah.
forgiving. They're not forgiving. You make a mistake. Yeah.
No, you make a mistake, you're done.
I'm 100% arguing from the point of view of an experienced player, which
Yeah.
I think all of these should be from. So,
I agree.
Like, you know, yeah.
But if you were gonna bet, okay, so if you're gonna bet, 2 years from now, you have to put down a list of 5 armies that are gonna have the highest tournament win rating. I don't think
Mm.
even you are gonna put Wood Elves in that top 5.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Right. So for that alone, it's got to pull them out of there. It's got to. So if I were to
Tournament
bet
win
who has the
rating.
best win ratings right now, I want to pull Chaos Dwarves out of here, and I might want to pull Dwarves out of here.
Ooh.
Because I don't think without a dragon you belong up here.
No, dragons.
Mm.
Chaos Dwarves.
And can I tell you
bomb
this?
dragon.
In my top 5, only one faction in my top 5 has a dragon. The Dark Elves.
I mean,
So now I want to pull Orcs and Goblins and Beastmen out of my top tier. Using that whole fake bet, you can win $100,000 if 2 years from now you pick the 5 armies that have the top tournament winning armies. Is it going to be these 5?
I mean, take a look at this, Steve. Though, 40K. What did you think in 10th edition was going to be the top army in 40K?
Oh,
at that time?
it honestly doesn't. Well, it's not fair. It's not fair
I know,
because
but
I had early access. So
I know, but like, what
so
did you think it was going to be?
2 months before you guys had the rules and everything, I'm like, Eldar's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and
Oh,
you
we
know
got a
what
problem
number
here.
1 was the last time I checked. What number 1 was?
Eldar.
No,
Well, it was a kid.
Gene Stealer Cult.
No, not in 10th.
Yes,
They had a very short window.
last time I checked,
Are they top of the meta right now?
they are 51% win rate right now, I believe.
Really?
Are we talking win rate?
Yeah.
Like we're talking win percentage or just like overall like win?
I think
don't
know.
win percentage.
I don't know. I'm
period.
realizing that this is too. It's
But in
almost two
tournaments,
conversations.
it's Gene Stealer. I'm just
Yeah,
letting you know
'cause-
that's the crazy thing. Like I'm sorry. In 40K, it's you thought one thing, but it's what? So you don't. It might end up being the same thing with fantasy because you don't know for sure.
See, because I feel like if we're talking just like who like winning, like there's gonna be like certain armies that just show up a lot and are like
Yeah.
played
Yeah.
a lot, and then
Yep.
they're gonna win a lot.
Yep.
But like if we're talking win percentage, like I'm imagining like, dude, you showing up to a tournament with Wood Elves, you know what's up, right? Like
Yeah, you're gonna have a above average win rate probably.
yeah,
But are you
So
gonna
that's
win?
where-
You can take the whole event? Probably not.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
So
Actually,
I'm-
Eldar are your best right now.
I don't even
Yeah.
think I'm comfortable making this tier list video and putting High Elves, Empire, Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, and Skaven at the bottom. Like they don't feel like bottom tier armies. Well, you kind of convinced me on the Empire though.
Yeah.
But damn, I don't like High Elves sitting on bottom tier. I don't like Lizardmen sitting on bottom tier. I don't think Skaven or Tomb Kings belong on bottom tier either. It's so messed up. But if you break them into 3 tiers, someone's got to be
Yeah.
there, right?
The
Yeah.
people above them aren't
Skaven-
gonna move down, so like
Exactly.
High Elves were
it-
very
it-
dependent on their super elite infantry that just aren't really performing
And they're
for them
really
currently.
strong magic meta.
Yeah, and like magic isn't
Well-
doing the work it used to. None of their super elite infantry are doing the work they used to, and then that's where they end up in B tier. Not that they're like
Yeah.
unplayable, but
No, they're not
you know.
terrible.
So
They're just-
sudden. I hate the remote on my desk. Sudden, if you don't put them in bottom, so 5 armies have to be in bottom tier. Which 5 armies would it be for you? So 5 of them have to be there.
That's
like-
definitely Lizardmen because the nerf to Cold Blooded was just way too hard on them.
I think they could definitely pull out some kind of like Jurassic Park
Yeah.
army where they just have tons of dinosaurs and it could be like crazy
Yeah.
good, but like
It's just that's
it's
the
on
only
the
thing.
average. They're not
Yeah.
gonna have like every army can build some crazy skew
Yeah.
list that like wins, right? Like that's
You just gotta
how skew
find that
works,
one thing.
Yeah, you overwhelm a weak point. You're like a pressure point of your opponent. and
Oh,
just win
Chris.
the game,
Hold on, I have to address this, Chris. I agree with you thoroughly. I have been inundated with requests to make a tier list. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't break these things apart. So we're just doing
It's
this
still
chat.
way too
We're
early.
just
though.
yeah, it's way too early. We're just having this chat, trying to like honestly, like 6 months from now, we're gonna have more data, and we're like, oh, everything's different. 2
Even
years from now,
then-
we'll have even more data. It'll be all different. It's just
Even
a fun
then-
conversation.
The 6 months from now, even then, I still think we won't be able to make one good.
Someone's gonna
Maybe.
get an arcane journal that has like like the most powerful
Oh, yeah.
army list build ever, and just right, like all of a sudden,
And
you
Steve
know,
already knows the army I want to
Empire's
make that I'm
great,
going to make when I get a job. It's gonna be the train.
Here's what's gonna win. Here's what's gonna win every event. It's gonna be multiple blocks of 10 blood knights and a vampire and a dragon with necromancers on horses following behind. I'm not sure how to make that legal.
I mean, technically, yeah. I
No,
think you can make Blood Knight. Can't you make Blood Knight's core
I
if
don't.
you have
I,
like a certain thing?
That's too many points on characters. There's no way you're gonna be able to do it. But like,
True. I mean,
could
you don't
get
need the
close.
necromancer. You don't need the necromancers to be level 4. It'll help,
It'll
but you
help,
don't
it'll
need
help.
it.
You bring one necromancer with the staff that lets him do it twice, and then he just does both units.
And isn't the bringing back the dead a leadership thing, not a spell?
It's a leadership thing, but it's based on your wizard level. It's based on your wizard level after that.
Yeah. Then you just
What's
make them level 4 wizards.
What I've never been more sure of anything in my life, but I'm so sure that like when's so it'll be sometime next year. It probably won't be 2024. Oh, it could be 2024 when they do the first grand tournament for the old world, and Empire takes first, second, and third place. I know it's gonna happen.
As long as Grimgor kicks Archeon in the balls again, I'm fine.
Grimgor not alive.
Oh, he will be.
Blood Knights are 0 to 1 per 1,000, so
Okay, 0 to 1 per 1,000. So to 2,000
Yeah.
point list, you can have two big bricks of them with 2 necromancers. There you go,
correct.
Steve.
Oh, the Red Scout, we are
so
thoroughly
rare.
done. We're talking in circles now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what did your top tier end up being? Did you land on?
Well,
Yep.
I think top tier is going to be Orcs and Goblins, Beastmen, and Dark Elves and Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves, I don't know why they're in there, but maybe they do belong in there, so that'd be my 5th one.
If
Steve, you
dwarves
just
are in
wait
there,
till you
there's no
make
way
your mighty Chaos Dwarves.
No, so the one thing that Chaos Dwarves can't do that Dwarfs can do is make a godlike warrior in Dwarf Lord.
You're not wrong, but you still haven't had the level 4 sorcerer on the flaming bull flying around, just raining death down on things, or buffing the crud out of stuff, or getting that really nice rear charge with that bull. The flying is Lamassu. Is that the flying bull, or is Lamassu like
the Lamassu is the winged thing? The bearded wing thing.
Okay.
It's the smaller thing.
That could work too.
That boy, if you don't think dwarves are top tier, I don't know what game you're playing.
Dude, regular dwarves are top tier, and if regular dwarves are top tier, dwarves plus should be top tier too.
We weren't. Remember the title of the video? We weren't doing a tier ranking, but we started I'm trying to get information what everybody thinks about things, so I can make the video about the tier ranking. And here's a recap for those who are coming in late. We ended up with the audience believes that Beastmen are A tier, High Elves are B tier, Wood Elves are A tier, Dwarfs are A tier, Bretonnia is A tier, Tomb Kings are B tier, Skaven are B tier, Chaos Dwarves are S tier, Vampire Counts are A tier, Demons are A tier, Ogres are A tier, Lizardmen are B tier, Warriors of Chaos are A tier, Dark Elves are A tier, Orcs and Goblins are S tier, Empire are B tier but might be C tier. That's where we kind of everything's the same. Like everything's at the top.
That's a good thing though, right now.
It is.
Thinking that. But I mean, watch the stupid list I want to run more than anything else. Watch it be dumb and stupid strong. The artillery train.
Manchine. I need to address this. Is hilarious because there's a reason why I'll never do that Manchine. So Manchine's you should have your Mountaineers able to post their win-loss and show what the percentage is. So who remembers back in the 90s when Games Workshop actually did that for the Albion campaign? Even Games Workshop said, you guys are lying. You guys are making up these win-losses. You just say whatever you want. Games Workshop's like, you guys are lying shits. Dark Elves won a campaign that they're the worst book in.
Yeah. It's like then in third, what was it? They did the Storm of Chaos and the
Chaos won so hard.
Yeah,
I was out of the hobby for Storm of Chaos. I was working too much back then.
Yeah, I was 5 or something. So
I was how old are you, Steve? You're 41, 42?
42.
42. I'm 35. So at that time while you were working, I was 10, I think, when that was going on. I didn't even know what Warhammer was at that time. because I was all too busy with Magic Gathering.
Fair.
Because I was a Magic nerd, still am. Still can't forgive you for doing that to Warhammer cards, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You paid the money. Now you'll reap the
They're my
benefits of
cards. I'll
losing
do
it.
as I please.
Exactly. Yeah, you'll reap the sadness of losing the $50 Soul Ring.
My next goal for the afternoon was I was gonna have some dinner and then come back and record the tier list. I am not comfortable with this tier list video.
You aren't gonna get a good tier list. It's
No.
not. It's not
But
possible yet.
I just want people to stop asking me to make it.
I mean, just have this up here. It's like we tried to do it. It's not ready yet. If people ask, tell them to watch this.
I guess it's
yeah,
still too early.
Make this public for everyone.
It will be.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is something
this
for that.
stuff is fun to talk about, but it's
It
not
is.
like something that you like. It even makes sense to have like a definitive like here is the tier, right? Like it's
That or just pull something out of your ass for now and be like tier list, the famous people do, so they can make their fans happy.
And then
getting
the ripple effect that we're gonna cause throughout the community. I'm like, the one army that they really said was S tier is Chaos Dwarfs. I'm gonna go buy a Chaos Dwarf army so I can go to my next event. And there's an unnatural showing of Chaos Dwarfs, and they all lose.
You and I both know, Steve, they're not gonna be able to do that because Chaos Dwarf lists.
You're right, Sasha.
It's never gonna happen. They're like, oh, cool, Chaos Dwarfs. Why can't I find any?
I'll just drop a quick $5,000 buying it off eBay.
Drop a quick 15 grand.
You can make a Chaos Dwarf army in a weekend by buying a $200 printer, 3D printer. Spend $100 on files. Print up your army. You're done in a weekend.
True.
Yeah, but they won't be tournament legal.
Chaos Dwarfs already aren't tournament legal for Games Workshop.
Why? That's stupid. Why?
Games Workshop is disallowing all of the legacy armies in the tournament events. Don't worry, only Games Workshop events are holding that rule. Nobody else will.
They're so stupid.
Did they ever give you like any like, hey, this is why we did that? Does anyone
No,
know?
they're
That
doing
seems, like,
that
random out of nowhere.
They're doing that because they want to push what they want, not what people want.
I think a lot
of
of
people who originally made Games Workshop don't work there anymore.
Well, clearly the armies that are legacy are the ones that are being used by Sigmar, right?
Yeah,
like,
correct.
So you in that sense it's good because you still have access to the models if you want them.
Yeah,
but
yeah, but they don't even have Chaos Dwarves in Sigmar, which makes me sad. They need to bring them to Sigmar.
Well, Chaos Dwarves were on there because they weren't gonna remake the Forge World models. They're like, yeah, we ain't.
SAR says it's internal Games Workshop politics. I strongly suspect he's dead on.
He probably is, but why? All this is them losing money. Redo the Chaos Dwarves.
Does it matter when there's different departments vying for the same dollar?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Why are there models departments in different things? That's stupid. It should all be one giant thing.
Well, if you were to get a job at Games Workshop and you were like on a writing or designing or mostly writing team, you're gonna be on. You think you're gonna be on 40K, Heresy, Age of Sigmar, the Old World? You're gonna be on one of those. You're gonna be on one of those.
Yeah.
So your raises are gonna be directly tied to the sales, right? So you want
how does making more models of stuff that already exists lose you money?
Let's say the better the Old World crew does on the legacy stuff, if the sales get counted towards Age of Sigmar, not them, who's going to get more money allocated to them next, right? So there's, yeah.
I understand that, but I'm saying, why don't they just make more models? Period. They could be for Age of Sigmar or Old World. All the factions.
Hold on, that has nothing. That has nothing to do with the rule writer guys, right? So like, there's only so many things that they can work on, and they worked on the Old World and gave us whatever team it was. True. They gave us the Old World, and they also gave us rules for our old armies with the legacy stuff, which probably didn't benefit that team at all, and they feel just as play tested as everything else, right? So
I guess, but we're talking about a company that makes billions of dollars a year.
Doesn't matter. What company did you work for last, Alan? You don't have to say. You were in the military. You were in the military, right?
Yeah, military. Yeah.
So you're in the military. So doesn't what's best for your CO isn't always the best for you.
Yeah, but that's because the CO is a piece of shit that doesn't deserve anything.
Well, that's how most people feel about other people above them.
Yeah, because those people are basically getting better stuff for doing less work. That's the consistency with officers. The only thing that an officer in the military has to worry about is he's the reason why soldiers die because it's his decision. And with a company, they don't have that sadness.
All right, we're circling the drain. we're done.
Circling the drain. Yeah.
I did. We talked about a tier list that everything's the same for 4 hours.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a good day.
That's actually the best outcome you could have wished for, though. Everything is the same for 4 hours.
For 4 hours, everything's the same.
All the armies are fun and viable. That's what I'm
almost
hearing.
like most people have maybe played a couple of games of this game that came out like 3 weeks ago. Crazy how that works.
I've played nothing, but I've watched everything Steve has played because I can't afford to play. It's my sad.
All right, so tomorrow morning, I'm gonna upload an handheld game. It's gonna be Brandon. It'll be Brandon. It'll be Elves versus Dwarves.
Yeah.
I think we did. Yeah, we did 2001
the Seaguard list we built.
It is. Now keep in mind, I recorded this game weeks ago.
Yeah. A week and a half ago, I believe. Because we made the list. 2 weeks ago we made the list.
Yeah. So Steve, when's the tier list? Sir Newbie, I don't know. You want me to put this into a tier list? All this is gonna do? Oh, it's gonna add revenue.
Steve, just think of it this way, Steve. You're so popular, people want your opinion on tiers, just like the people that are the most popular on YouTube that do those.
Just brand it the Brian tier list.
Just
so
do what
you don't have to take the responsibility for it.
just do what you think right now with your opinion. Say it's your opinion. Watch everybody get pissed off and ignore all that stuff and get all the ad revenue.
I know I'm trying to run a business here, but I also don't like that.
Exactly.
I don't like to make the whole like. I don't like saying things just to rile people up for more views,
Steve,
even though it works very well.
Steve,
yeah,
Steve, I love you, but just please do this for me and rile people up with your thing, so you can make more money, so I can keep watching you.
Okay, you know what? Here's what I need. I will. Okay. I will make
Steve.
I will record the video today. If somebody can, I don't want to do the work. I'm just exhausted. If somebody wants to gather up the images and build the tier list thing in what's that website called? Lord Zog, welcome to the Mountaineers. Steve, you make me feel so good.
Where's Ben, and why don't you pay him to do that?
Man, you know,
you pay him.
I have hired so many extra things that I have spent all of next month's money already.
I know you.
All right, like this is a good thing. I'm reinvesting everything back into the channel. Don't worry.
Oh, I know how you work.
So if somebody wants to take the time to put that stuff together for me tonight, I will record that video tonight and I'll put it up tomorrow morning. However,
hire me as your assistant.
If not,
$15 an hour, I will do it.
If not, I have to build that later tonight, and I'll do it probably on Tuesday. I'll put the video up. Right now I'm not looking forward to downloading all the images and then uploading it to the thing. So if anybody wants to volunteer for that in the next 10 seconds, no, it's just gathering images and uploading to.
I'm leveling in WoW, otherwise maybe.
This is what I'm talking about.
I need to get to level 40 so I could win Fury the crap out of people, Steve. I'm sorry.
I'll just do it my damn self. I'll build it tonight, which means I'll record it tomorrow. Okay, so for the live streams, I bought all new cameras because we've been doing well. Appreciate you guys.
What was happening with the stream when we were streaming? It was because of the cameras?
No.
Did you figure it out?
We figured that problem out. We prioritize. So it's a weird thing, but we prioritize the streaming computer. So all the 3D printers aren't taking the bandwidth.
Okay. So it was the 3D printers from plugging the crap out of the Mini Wargaming Forge.
But on Monday, I'm going into the studios to put new cameras up everywhere.
There you go.
So that means I can do this tier list video on Tuesday, which is something that there's other videos I've recorded I want to put up, but we're waiting for a certain product to be ready from the Forge because that business has been going phenomenal. Oh, keep in mind if you want to buy anything from the miniwargamingforge.com, I believe the code Mountain10, the coupon code Mountain10 still gets you 10% off of everything in the rank and flank section.
That's at www.miniwargamingforge.com.
Yep. Yep.
Make sure to like and subscribe and ring the bell for Steve, because we want him to keep doing this so I can keep making fun of him.